9 Stoic keys that make you outsmart everybody else. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Marcus Aurelius. Welcome to Stoic in Your Life, where ancient wisdom meets modern challenges. In today's video, we're uncovering 9 Stoic keys that will empower you to outsmart everyone else. In a world teeming with distractions and difficulties, how can you stay grounded and resilient? These Stoic principles will arm you with the tools to navigate life's complexities with unmatched clarity and strength. Stay with us, because each key we discuss is vital for unlocking not just wisdom, but a life of serenity and purpose. If this resonates with you, be sure to subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and drop a "keep it up" in the comments below. Let's dive in. Lesson 1. Don't talk about challenges. The greater the difficulty, the more glory in surmounting it. Epicurus. We're diving into a lesson that's often overlooked, yet crucial for anyone striving to outsmart the challenges life throws their way. This lesson is especially pertinent for men aged 30 to 65 who are navigating careers, relationships, and personal growth. We're talking about the Stoic principle of not dwelling on your challenges, but instead using them as stepping stones to triumph. Imagine a man standing at the base of a mountain, gazing up at its intimidating peak. The mountain represents the trials of life, be it a demanding job, a strained relationship, or a health scare. The common response might be to voice the difficulty of the climb, to express frustration or despair at the sheer size of the challenge. However, the Stoic approach is profoundly different. Instead of talking about the obstacle, the Stoic sees it as an opportunity to demonstrate his strength, resilience, and wisdom. As Epictetus wisely noted, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This mindset shifts the focus from the problem itself to the power within you to overcome it. So why is it so important not to talk about your challenges? It's not about suppressing your feelings or pretending life is easy. Far from it. It's about recognizing that talking endlessly about the obstacles in your path does nothing to remove them. In fact, it often makes them seem larger than they really are. Every time you vocalize your struggles, you risk reinforcing a narrative of victimhood, one that places the source of your difficulties outside of your control. But as the Stoics teach, control is the very thing you do have. Marcus Aurelius, the revered Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, your reactions, your actions, you transform challenges from insurmountable obstacles into manageable tasks. In modern life, this lesson is incredibly relevant. Whether you're facing a stressful project at work, navigating the complexities of family life, or dealing with the uncertainties of aging, the temptation to complain is strong. But what if instead of voicing your frustrations, you paused and asked yourself, "What can I do right now to turn this situation around?" This shift in mindset is powerful. Instead of seeking sympathy or validation, you start seeking solutions. This proactive approach not only helps you solve problems faster, but also earns you respect from those around you. People are drawn to those who face difficulties with a calm, solution-oriented mindset. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Your actions in the face of adversity will speak volumes about your character and resolve. Moreover, by not talking about your challenges, you conserve your energy and focus it where it matters most, on taking the next step forward. Energy is a finite resource, and wasting it on complaints leaves you with less to invest in productive action. Consider the story of Admiral James Stockdale, a U.S. Navy officer held captive for over 7 years during the Vietnam War. Instead of dwelling on the impossibility of his situation, Stockdale practiced Stoic principles, focusing on what he could control, his mindset, and his resilience. He later credited these principles for helping him survive the ordeal. This story illustrates that even in the most extreme circumstances, the Stoic approach of turning inward rather than outward can be a source of immense strength. To bring this back to your own life, think about the last time you faced a significant challenge. Did talking about it with others help you find a solution, or did it simply reinforce the difficulty in your mind? Now imagine how different the situation might have been if, instead of talking, you had immediately focused on action. This isn't to say that seeking advice or support is wrong. On the contrary, wise counsel can be invaluable. But there's a fine line between seeking advice and seeking validation for your struggles. The former is constructive. The latter is often self-defeating. As Seneca remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." By limiting how much you talk about your challenges, you also limit the power they have over your mind. Another advantage of this approach is the effect it has on your relationships. When you're known as someone who deals with problems quietly and effectively, people are more likely to trust and respect you. This doesn't mean bottling up your emotions, but rather choosing carefully when and how to express them. A well-timed, thoughtful discussion is far more effective than constant complaints. It shows that you've thought deeply about the issue and are focused on finding a solution. This is the kind of leadership, whether at home, at work, or in your community, that truly stands out. The Stoic secret to turning trials into triumphs lies in not giving voice to the challenge, but instead directing your energy towards overcoming it. In a world where it's all too easy to get caught up in a cycle of complaint and frustration, this approach not only sets you apart, but also positions you to achieve greater success and fulfillment. As you move forward, remember the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Embrace this mindset, and you'll find that every obstacle is simply another step on the path to greatness. Lesson 2. Don't reveal your secrets. The Stoic art of discretion is an ancient yet timeless principle that holds profound significance in our fast-paced, often oversharing world. It's all too easy, in the age of social media and constant connectivity, to let slip details about our personal lives, goals, and challenges that would be better kept to ourselves. However, one of the key tenets of Stoicism is the importance of discretion, knowing when to speak and, more importantly, when to remain silent. As Epictetus wisely noted, be silent for the most part, or if you speak, say only what is necessary and in a few words. This idea of discretion isn't about being secretive for the sake of it. Rather, it's about understanding the power of silence and the value of protecting your innermost thoughts and intentions. Think about a time when you shared a personal goal with someone, only to feel a sense of pressure or doubt afterward. Did the act of sharing help you achieve that goal, or did it instead dilute your resolve? The Stoics understood that there is strength in keeping certain things close to the chest. When you reveal too much, you open yourself up to unnecessary opinions, judgments, and distractions that can derail your focus and determination. This is particularly relevant in today's world, where everyone seems eager to share every detail of their lives online. But just because everyone else is doing it doesn't mean it's wise. In fact, the opposite is often true. By practicing discretion, you maintain control over your narrative and ensure that your energy is directed towards achieving your goals rather than defending them. Consider the story of Steve Jobs, who was known for his remarkable ability to keep Apple's future products a closely guarded secret until the very moment they were ready to be unveiled. This approach not only built anticipation and excitement, but also allowed him and his team to work without the noise of external opinions or premature criticisms. Jobs understood that revealing too much, too soon, could weaken the impact of his innovations. In a sense, he was practicing the Stoic art of discretion, allowing his work to speak for itself when the time was right. This strategy is a powerful reminder that sometimes the best way to outsmart everyone else is to keep them guessing. Now let's bring this back to your life. How often do you feel the urge to share your plans, your dreams, or even your struggles with others? It's natural to seek validation or advice, but is it always necessary? Ask yourself, what do you gain from revealing these details? More importantly, what do you potentially lose? When you keep your goals private, you're able to nurture them in a way that's free from external influence. This doesn't mean you should never seek support or counsel, but it does suggest that you should be selective about what you share and with whom. As the saying goes, loose lips sink ships. In this context, it means that the more you divulge, the more you expose yourself to risks that could derail your progress. Let's explore this further with an example from modern life. Imagine you're working on a significant career change. Perhaps you're considering starting your own business or switching industries entirely. Naturally, this is a major decision that could benefit from advice, but it's also one that could be vulnerable to doubt and negativity if shared too broadly. By practicing discretion and carefully choosing when and with whom to discuss your plans, you protect yourself from unnecessary criticism and focus instead on taking the necessary steps toward making your vision a reality. In contrast, if you were to broadcast your intentions too early, you might be bombarded with opinions that sap your confidence or shift your focus away from what truly matters. This principle of discretion extends beyond just career goals. It applies to your personal life, your relationships, and even your inner thoughts. There's a certain peace that comes with knowing that you don't owe anyone an explanation for your choices or your path. The Stoics believed that true wisdom lies in understanding that not everything needs to be shared. By keeping certain things private, you maintain a sense of autonomy and control over your life. This doesn't mean living in isolation or withholding important information from those you trust, but rather being mindful of the impact that sharing, or oversharing, can have on your mental and emotional well-being. As you reflect on this, consider the benefits of discretion in your own life. How might holding back certain details actually empower you? Could it lead to greater focus, more inner peace, and a stronger sense of purpose? These are important questions to ask yourself as you navigate the complexities of modern life. The next time you feel the urge to share something personal or significant, take a moment to pause and think, is this something that needs to be said, or is it something that would be better kept to myself? This small act of mindfulness can make a huge difference in how you approach your goals and interact with the world around you. The Stoic art of discretion is about more than just keeping secrets. It's about protecting your energy, maintaining your focus, and ensuring that your actions align with your true intentions. By practicing discretion, you not only safeguard your personal and professional life from unnecessary distractions, but also position yourself to achieve greater success. Remember the wisdom of Epictetus and embrace the power of silence when it is needed. In doing so, you'll find that you're not only outsmarting others, but also creating a more centered and purposeful life for yourself. So the next time you find yourself on the verge of sharing something significant, ask yourself, what do I stand to gain from this? And is it worth the potential risk? The answer to that question may very well determine the path you take and the success you ultimately achieve. Lesson 3. Don't talk about your achievements. Let's talk about one of the most powerful but often overlooked virtues in Stoicism, the quiet power of humility. In a world that constantly pushes you to broadcast your successes, show off your accomplishments, and make sure everyone knows just how much you've achieved, Stoicism offers a refreshingly different perspective. The Stoics believed that true strength lies not in boasting about your achievements, but in the ability to keep them to yourself, to let your actions speak for you rather than your words. Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers, once said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." This quote captures the essence of humility, being able to remain quiet about your successes and focus on continuous self-improvement. even if others don't immediately recognize your worth. Now, you might be wondering, why is it important not to talk about your achievements? After all, isn't sharing your successes a way to inspire others or to remind yourself of what you've accomplished? While that might seem true on the surface, constantly talking about your achievements can have unintended consequences. It can make you overly dependent on external validation, meaning that your sense of self-worth starts to hinge on how others perceive you. But the Stoics taught that true contentment comes from within. When you're constantly seeking approval from others by showcasing your successes, you might lose sight of the more important internal measures of success: your growth, your wisdom, and your character. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, advised, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." This suggests that we should accept our achievements gracefully but not let them define us or become a source of pride. Furthermore, when you keep your achievements to yourself, you cultivate a stronger, more resilient character. You learn to value the process over the outcome, understanding that the journey of self-improvement is far more valuable than any single accolade or award. This mindset not only keeps you grounded, but also allows you to focus on what truly matters, continuing to grow and learn, regardless of external recognition. It's important to ask yourself, do I value my achievements more because of the journey it took to reach them or because of the recognition I receive from others? This question can help you realign your priorities and ensure that you're pursuing goals for the right reasons. There's also a strategic advantage to practicing humility. By not talking about your achievements, you avoid the pitfalls of envy and resentment from others. In a competitive world, being humble can sometimes be your greatest asset. It allows you to move quietly, avoiding unnecessary attention and focusing on your next steps without the burden of others' expectations. Imagine for a moment that you've just completed a major project at work. Instead of broadcasting your success to everyone around you, consider keeping it to yourself and quietly moving on to the next challenge. This doesn't mean you shouldn't celebrate your achievements or be proud of them, but rather that you should be mindful of how and when you share them. The wisdom of the Stoics reminds us that less is often more when it comes to talking about ourselves. But this approach isn't just about strategy. It's also about developing a deeper sense of self-awareness. By not talking about your achievements, you force yourself to confront the real reasons behind your actions. Are you working hard because you truly want to improve, or are you motivated by the desire for recognition and praise? When you strip away the need to boast, you're left with the pure pursuit of excellence for its own sake, which is far more fulfilling in the long run. This self-awareness is crucial for personal growth, and it's something the Stoics emphasized heavily. Seneca, another prominent Stoic philosopher, said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." This quote highlights the importance of focusing on inner richness rather than external accolades. Let's bring this into a more modern context. Think about social media, a platform where boasting about achievements has become almost second nature for many. Every scroll brings you updates about someone's new job, recent promotion, or latest travel adventure. But how often do these posts inspire genuine joy for others versus feelings of inadequacy or comparison? And when you post about your own achievements, are you truly sharing out of pride and joy? Or are you seeking validation from your followers? These are tough questions, but they're important ones. The Stoic way would suggest that if you can find contentment and pride in your achievements without needing to post about them, you're on the path to true inner peace and strength. By keeping your achievements to yourself, you also allow your work to speak for itself. There's a quiet dignity in letting your actions reveal your capabilities rather than your words. It creates a sense of mystery and respect, allowing others to see the results of your efforts without needing to be told about them. This kind of humility can be particularly powerful in professional settings, where the quality of your work will often speak louder than any self-promotion ever could. It's worth asking yourself, How can I let my actions reflect my true capabilities without needing to highlight them verbally? This shift in focus from talking to doing can transform not only how others see you, but also how you see yourself. At the end of the day, the quiet power of humility isn't about denying your achievements or pretending they don't matter. It's about recognizing that they don't need to be the center of your identity or the way you present yourself to the world. It's about understanding that your true value lies not in the accolades you've earned, but in the person you've become along the way. So the next time you accomplish something significant, take a moment to appreciate it quietly, reflect on the journey that brought you there, and then move forward with the same quiet determination that got you there in the first place. Remember, as the Stoics have taught us, the true measure of a person's worth is not found in the noise of their achievements, but in the silence of their strength. Thank you for being part of today's video. Before we proceed, I want to express my gratitude for your participation in our community. Your engagement means the world to us. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments or simply type, "I am a newbie" if you're new, or "I am a Stoic" if you've been with us for a while. Your interaction is a powerful source of motivation for us. Let's continue this journey together, shall we? Lesson 4. The power of strategic silence. He who speaks more is soon exhausted, says Lao Tzu. And this wisdom aligns perfectly with one of the most powerful tools in the Stoic arsenal, the power of strategic silence. This concept is especially potent for men navigating the complexities of life between the ages of 30 to 65, where decisions carry weight and the stakes are often high. In a world that constantly pushes you to broadcast your intentions, to shout your plans from the rooftops, the Stoic approach suggests something radically different. Keep your next move a mystery. By doing so, you not only maintain an element of surprise, but also protect yourself from the distractions and doubts that come when everyone knows what you're up to. Let's begin by asking, why is it so essential to keep your next move under wraps? The answer lies in the simple yet profound idea that silence is often more powerful than words. When you reveal your plans too early or to too many people, you open yourself up to unnecessary opinions, judgments, and even sabotage. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers, reminds us, the more we value things outside our control, the less control we have. By keeping your plans private, you retain control over your actions and prevent others from influencing your path. This principle is not about being secretive or mistrustful. It's about safeguarding your focus and ensuring that your energy is directed where it matters most, toward execution rather than explanation. Consider how this applies to your daily life. Perhaps you've decided to start a new business, pursue a promotion, or even embark on a personal transformation. The excitement of a new venture often tempts us to share our plans with friends, family, or colleagues. But what happens next? You might receive support, but you'll also likely encounter skepticism, unsolicited advice, or even envy. These reactions can cloud your judgment, causing doubt where there was once clarity, or shifting your focus away from what truly matters, taking the steps necessary to achieve your goal. It's worth asking yourself, how much stronger would your resolve be if you didn't seek validation from others, but instead trusted in your own judgment and kept your intentions close to the chest? This approach has been proven effective time and again by those who've mastered the art of strategic silence. Take the example of Warren Buffett, one of the most successful investors of our time. Buffett is known not only for his financial acumen, but also for his ability to keep his strategies and next moves discreet until the moment is right. He doesn't telegraph his intentions to the market. He acts quietly and strategically, allowing his results to speak for themselves. This is the power of keeping your next move a mystery. When you reveal less, you control the narrative. You maintain an element of surprise, which can be a significant advantage in both personal and professional arenas. But strategic silence isn't just about achieving your goals. It's also about maintaining your peace of mind. The constant need to explain yourself, justify your actions, or defend your plans can be exhausting and ultimately counterproductive. As the Stoics teach us, peace comes from within, and it is best preserved when we limit the external factors that can disturb it. Epictetus wisely noted, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." By choosing silence over disclosure, you protect yourself from the emotional turbulence that often accompanies public scrutiny and criticism. You stay centered, focused, and in control, which are the true markers of strength. Moreover, keeping your next move a mystery allows you to operate without the burden of others' expectations. When no one knows what you're planning, there's no pressure to perform according to anyone else's standards. You're free to adapt, change course, or even abandon a plan without the fear of losing face. This freedom is invaluable, especially in a world where people are quick to judge and slow to forget. By remaining silent, you give yourself the space to make decisions based on what's best for you, not on what others expect or desire. This principle is particularly relevant in today's fast-paced, hyper-connected world, where it's easy to feel pressured to share every detail of your life on social media or in conversation. But think about the most successful people you know. Are they the ones who broadcast their every move? Or are they the ones who quietly work behind the scenes, only revealing their achievements once they're complete? The latter group embodies the Stoic ideal of strategic silence. They understand that true power lies not in talking about what you're going to do, but in doing it, and letting the results speak for themselves. Let's relate this to modern life with a practical example. Imagine you're preparing to ask for a raise at work. You've done your research, you've achieved your goals, and you're ready to make your case. But instead of discussing your plan with coworkers or even friends, you choose to keep it to yourself. You quietly prepare, gathering evidence and practicing your pitch. When the time comes, you present your case confidently and without the baggage of everyone else's opinions weighing you down. By keeping your next move a mystery, you've avoided unnecessary anxiety, focused your energy on what truly matters, and likely increased your chances of success. The power of strategic silence is not just about secrecy, it's about mastery. It's about mastering your impulses to share, mastering your reactions to external influences, and ultimately mastering your own destiny. As you navigate the challenges and opportunities of life, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. Use this wisdom to your advantage. Keep your next move a mystery, and let your actions speak louder than any words ever could. This approach will not only help you outsmart others, but also help you achieve a deeper sense of inner peace and control over your life. The next time you're tempted to share your plans, ask yourself, would silence serve me better? The answer, more often than not, will be yes. Lesson 5. Don't talk about others. Let's talk about something that's often easier said than done: resisting the urge to talk about others. In a world where gossip is not just prevalent but practically encouraged by social media and the constant flow of information, the Stoic path offers a refreshing alternative. The principle of not talking about others, especially in a negative light, is a powerful tool for maintaining your peace of mind and strengthening your character. The Stoics believed that focusing on your own actions, rather than getting caught up in the actions or behaviors of others, is key to living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, once advised, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." This quote perfectly encapsulates the idea that your energy is better spent on self-improvement rather than on critiquing others. But why is it so important to avoid talking about others? The answer lies in the impact it has on your own mind and spirit. When you engage in gossip or unnecessary discussion about others, you're not just wasting time, you're also polluting your mind with negativity and distractions. It's like carrying a backpack full of stones. Each time you talk negatively about someone else, you add another stone, weighing yourself down with unnecessary burdens. The Stoics understood that in order to maintain inner peace and focus, it's essential to let go of these burdens and concentrate on your own path. So, the next time you find yourself tempted to talk about someone else, ask yourself, is this conversation going to help me become a better person? Or is it just a distraction from what truly matters? This principle is not just about avoiding gossip for the sake of morality. It's also about strategic thinking. In today's world, where information travels at lightning speed, what you say about others can quickly come back to affect you, sometimes in ways you might not anticipate. By keeping your thoughts and opinions about others to yourself, you protect your reputation and maintain a level of professionalism and integrity that others will respect. Think about the workplace, for instance. If you're known as someone who never engages in office gossip, who focuses solely on their own work and who treats everyone with respect regardless of personal feelings, you'll likely be seen as someone trustworthy and reliable. This can have a powerful impact on your career and your relationships. It's worth asking yourself, how much more effective and respected would you be if you avoided all unnecessary discussions about others and instead directed that energy toward your own goals? Consider this scenario. You're at a social gathering and the conversation turns to a mutual acquaintance who isn't present. The group begins to discuss this person's flaws, mistakes, or recent life choices. It's easy to join in. After all, it feels good to connect with others, and gossip can create a sense of camaraderie. But at what cost? What if, instead of joining the conversation, you remained silent or redirected the topic to something more positive or constructive? Not only would you avoid contributing to negative energy, but you'd also set an example for others, showing that you value integrity and kindness over fleeting moments of connection based on someone else's misfortune. This doesn't mean you should be aloof or disengaged, but rather that you should be mindful of how you participate in conversations about others. Are your words lifting others up, or are they tearing them down? This is a crucial question to consider, especially when building a reputation based on respect and virtue. The idea of maintaining a gossip-free zone in your life is not just about avoiding negativity, it's also about creating a space where your mind can focus on what truly matters. When you eliminate the habit of talking about others, you free up mental energy to focus on your own development, your goals, and the things that bring real value to your life. As Epictetus, another great Stoic philosopher, pointed out, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. This advice is timeless. By listening more and speaking less, especially when it comes to others, you become more aware of your own thoughts and actions, and you cultivate the wisdom needed to navigate life's challenges with grace and composure. Now let's relate this to modern life. In today's fast-paced, hyper-connected society, it's easier than ever to get caught up in the cycle of talking about others. Social media platforms, news outlets, and even casual conversations are often dominated by discussions about what others are doing, what they've done wrong, or how they compare to us. But what if, instead of engaging in these discussions, you chose to step back and focus on your own actions? What if you used that time and energy to work on your own goals, to improve yourself, or to help others in a more meaningful way? By doing so, you not only rise above the noise but also position yourself as a person of character, someone who values action over words and integrity over gossip. The Stoic path to a gossip-free zone is about more than just avoiding negative talk. It's about fostering a mindset that prioritizes personal growth, peace of mind, and meaningful connections. The next time you're tempted to talk about someone else, take a moment to reflect on the impact it will have on you and those around you. Remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom: the best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury. Instead of getting caught up in what others are doing, focus on being the best version of yourself. This shift in mindset will not only help you outsmart others, but will also lead to a more fulfilling and purposeful life. So, I leave you with this open-ended question. How will you use your words today to build yourself and others up, or to tear down? The choice is yours, and the impact is far greater than you might think. Lesson 6: Don't talk about your good deeds. Let's explore the profound and often underestimated power of unspoken kindness, a principle that the Stoics held in high regard. In a world that often celebrates recognition and rewards for good deeds, the Stoic philosophy offers a different approach, one that values the quiet, unseen acts of kindness that go unnoticed by others, but contribute immensely to your character and inner peace. The essence of this lesson is simple. Don't talk about your good deeds. Instead, let them speak for themselves, enriching your life and the lives of others without the need for validation or praise. As the Roman philosopher Seneca wisely observed, the reward of a good deed is to have done it. This idea suggests that the true value of kindness lies not in the acknowledgement it brings, but in the act itself. Why is it so important to keep your good deeds to yourself? The answer lies in the impact it has on both your character and the authenticity of your actions. When you perform a kind act with the expectation of recognition or praise, the purity of that action is diluted. It becomes less about the kindness itself and more about what you can gain from it, whether it's admiration, respect, or a sense of superiority. The Stoics understood that true virtue is selfless. It requires no audience. By keeping your good deeds private, you cultivate a sense of humility and integrity, which are essential for personal growth and inner contentment. Think about it. When was the last time you did something kind without telling anyone about it? How did it make you feel? The joy that comes from knowing you've made a positive impact without needing others to know about it is a powerful force for building character and resilience. Moreover, when you refrain from talking about your good deeds, you shift your focus from external validation to internal satisfaction. You learn to find fulfillment in the act itself, rather than in the reactions of others. This is a critical lesson in today's society, where social media often encourages us to broadcast every positive action in the hope of receiving likes, comments, and shares. But what if, instead of seeking external approval, you chose to keep your kindness to yourself? By doing so, you're not only practicing humility, but also reinforcing the idea that your worth is not determined by others' opinions. As Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, noted, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This quote serves as a reminder that actions speak louder than words, and true goodness does not need to be advertised. Let's consider this principle in the context of modern life. Imagine you're in a position to help someone, perhaps a colleague who's struggling with a project, a friend going through a tough time, or even a stranger in need. The natural impulse might be to offer your assistance and later share the story with others, highlighting your role in making a difference. But what if, instead, you chose to keep that act of kindness to yourself? What if you allowed the impact of your actions to remain between you and the person you helped? Not only does this approach protect the dignity of the person you assisted, but it also strengthens your own sense of self-worth, as you know your actions were motivated by genuine compassion rather than the desire for recognition. There's also a strategic element to this Stoic practice. When you keep your good deeds private, you avoid the pitfalls of pride and vanity that often accompany public recognition. Pride, while sometimes seen as a positive trait, can easily lead to arrogance and a sense of entitlement which are detrimental to personal growth and meaningful relationships. By practicing unspoken kindness, you remain grounded and focused on what truly matters, making a positive impact without expecting anything in return. This mindset not only helps you develop a stronger character, but also fosters deeper connections with others, as your actions are based on sincere intentions rather than the pursuit of praise. Let's delve deeper with a story that exemplifies this concept. There's a tale of an anonymous donor who, for years, paid off the overdue lunch balances of students at a local school. This person never sought recognition, never announced their generosity, and never expected anything in return. The school only knew of the donor through the impact their contributions had on the students, who could now enjoy their meals without worry. This story is a powerful example of the Stoic principle of unspoken kindness. The donor's actions were not driven by the need for acknowledgement, but by a genuine desire to help others. This kind of selfless giving is what the Stoics considered true virtue, doing good for the sake of good itself. Now, let's bring this back to you. How can you apply this, Lee? Now, let's bring this back to you. How can you apply this lesson in your own life? The next time you perform an act of kindness, resist the urge to share it with others. Instead, take a moment to reflect on the act itself and the difference it made, however small, in someone's life. Ask yourself, is the satisfaction I feel enough, or do I need others to validate my actions? This question can help you shift your focus from seeking external approval to finding fulfillment within yourself. The more you practice this, the more you'll realize that the true reward of kindness is not in the recognition it brings, but in the quiet joy of knowing you've made a positive impact, even if no one else knows about it. The Stoic lesson of not talking about your good deeds is a powerful reminder that true kindness is selfless, humble, and free from the need for validation. By keeping your good deeds private, you protect the integrity of your actions and cultivate a deeper sense of inner peace and satisfaction. As you go about your daily life, remember the wisdom of Seneca. He who does good to another man does good also to himself. This quote encapsulates the idea that the benefits of kindness extend beyond the recipient. They also enrich the giver in ways that are often far more profound than any external reward. So, the next time you do something kind, ask yourself, can I find contentment in the act itself without the need for others to know? The answer to this question may lead you to a richer, more fulfilling life, grounded in the quiet power of unspoken kindness. Lesson 7. Guarding your weaknesses, building inner strength. He who conquers himself is the mightiest warrior, said Confucius, and this timeless wisdom resonates deeply with the Stoic philosophy. In the pursuit of becoming the best version of yourself, one key principle stands out: the Stoic shield, a metaphorical armor you build by guarding your weaknesses and, in doing so, fortifying your inner strength. This lesson is particularly crucial for men aged 30 to 65, a time in life when challenges, responsibilities, and self-awareness converge, pushing you to either rise to your potential or succumb to the pressures around you. The Stoics believed that true power comes not from outward displays of strength, but from the mastery of oneself, an idea that is as relevant today as it was over 2,000 years ago. Why is guarding your weaknesses so vital? It's because acknowledging your vulnerabilities is the first step towards overcoming them. The Stoic approach is not about pretending to be invulnerable or denying your flaws. Rather, it's about recognizing them and then taking deliberate steps to shield them from external threats while working tirelessly to transform them into sources of strength. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, wrote in his Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This quote underscores the importance of focusing on what you can control: your thoughts, your reactions, and ultimately, your ability to turn weaknesses into strengths. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to be overwhelmed by the demands placed upon you. Whether it's the pressure to succeed at work, the responsibilities of family life, or the personal battles you face daily, these challenges can expose your vulnerabilities. The key is not to let these weaknesses define you, but to use them as opportunities for growth. Consider the story of Theodore Roosevelt, a man who was born into a life of privilege, but also with a frail body and chronic health issues. Instead of succumbing to these physical weaknesses, Roosevelt embraced the Stoic mindset. He rigorously trained his body, pushing himself through intense physical challenges, and eventually transformed his weakness into one of his greatest strengths. Roosevelt's life is a testament to the power of the Stoic shield, guarding your weaknesses by confronting them head-on and using them as fuel for your personal development. But how does this concept apply to your life? It starts with a simple question. What are the areas in your life where you feel most vulnerable? Is it a lack of confidence in certain situations, an emotional trigger that others might exploit, or perhaps a skill you feel you've never fully mastered? Identifying these areas is the first step toward building your Stoic shield. Once you've pinpointed your weaknesses, the next step is to develop strategies to protect and strengthen them. This might involve seeking out new knowledge, practicing self-discipline, or even setting boundaries with those around you to prevent them from taking advantage of your vulnerabilities. The more you work on these areas, the stronger your shield becomes and the less likely you are to be knocked off course by life's inevitable challenges. An important aspect of this practice is the realization that your weaknesses do not diminish your value. They highlight areas where you have the potential to grow. As Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, once said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." Embracing this mindset allows you to see your weaknesses not as limitations but as opportunities to build resilience and character. For instance, if you find that you're easily angered or frustrated in certain situations, instead of ignoring or hiding this flaw, you can actively work on managing your emotions through Stoic practices, such as mindfulness, reflection, and rational thinking. Over time, what once was a weakness can become a source of strength and calm, a testament to your personal growth and inner fortitude. In modern life, where the pressure to appear strong and successful is constant, the Stoic shield offers a counterintuitive yet powerful approach. It encourages you to step back from the relentless pursuit of external validation and instead focus on building an unshakable inner core. This doesn't mean that you should isolate yourself or refuse help when needed. On the contrary, part of guarding your weaknesses involves knowing when to seek support and guidance. However, the ultimate goal is to cultivate a sense of self-reliance and confidence that doesn't waver in the face of adversity. By doing so, you not only protect yourself from the ups and downs of life, but also set an example for others, showing that true strength comes from within. If you've made it this far, you're on the path to true wisdom. Drop a comment saying, I am a Stoic thinker, to show you're committed to mastering these powerful principles. Stick around because the journey to outsmarting the rest has just begun. This journey of guarding your weaknesses and building inner strength is not a one-time effort, but a lifelong practice. It's about consistently reflecting on your actions, learning from your experiences, and adjusting your strategies as needed. The Stoic shield is not a static defense, but a dynamic tool that evolves with you. As you grow, so too does your ability to protect your vulnerabilities and harness them for your benefit. And as you continue to apply the Stoic principle, you'll find that the challenges that once seemed insurmountable become manageable, even empowering. This is the quiet, enduring power of the Stoic shield, a power that not only helps you outsmart others, but also leads you to a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you. So, as you move forward, consider this. How can you begin to build your Stoic shield today? What steps can you take to identify and strengthen your weaknesses, turning them into assets rather than liabilities? Remember, as Epictetus advised, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Your response to life's challenges is within your control, and by guarding your weaknesses, you take the first step toward mastering not only yourself but also the world around you. The journey may be difficult, but the rewards, inner strength, resilience, and peace of mind, are well worth the effort. Embrace the challenge, build your shield, and let the strength you develop guide you through life's many battles. Lesson 8. Nurturing your aspirations in the quiet of your heart. Keep your intentions hidden and your successes will take care of themselves. This timeless piece of wisdom lies at the heart of one of the most profound Stoic lessons. nurturing your aspirations in the quiet of your heart. In a world that often celebrates bold declarations and public displays of ambition, the Stoics offer a different approach, one that values the unspoken dream, the silent pursuit of personal goals, free from the noise and distractions of external opinions. This lesson is particularly powerful because it reminds us that the greatest aspirations often grow best in the soil of privacy and introspection, away from the glare of public scrutiny and expectation. Why is it so important to keep your dreams unspoken? The answer lies in the very nature of ambition and desire. When you openly share your aspirations, you risk exposing them to a myriad of external influences, judgments, unsolicited advice, and even envy that can distort your original intent. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, famously wrote, "The more we value things outside our control, the less control we have." By keeping your dreams close to your heart, you maintain control over your motivation and focus, allowing you to pursue your goals with a clear and undistracted mind. This doesn't mean that you should never seek guidance or support, but rather that your deepest aspirations are best nurtured in the quiet confidence of your own resolve. Consider how this principle applies to modern life. In today's hyper-connected world, where social media encourages us to share every thought, goal, and milestone, it's easy to fall into the trap of seeking validation for our dreams before we've even begun to pursue them. But what happens when you announce your aspirations too early? Often, the excitement of public declaration can give way to pressure, doubt, or even a premature sense of accomplishment that diminishes your drive. By keeping your dreams unspoken, you protect them from these external pressures, allowing them to mature naturally, fueled by your inner determination rather than the fleeting approval of others. Think about it. How many goals have you set aside because the initial enthusiasm waned after sharing them with others? How much more could you achieve if you allowed your dreams to grow quietly within you, without the need for outside affirmation? A powerful story that illustrates this concept comes from the life of J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series. Before she became one of the most successful authors in history, Rowling faced numerous challenges: financial struggles, rejection from publishers, and the overwhelming task of writing a complex fantasy series. During these difficult times, she kept her dream of becoming a published author largely to herself. Instead of seeking validation from others, she focused on her work, nurturing her dream in the quiet solitude of her writing sessions. When Harry Potter finally reached the world, it was not because of any fanfare or public declaration, but because Rowling had quietly persisted, allowing her dream to grow strong in the silence of her own heart. This story is a testament to the power of the unspoken dream, how great aspirations, when protected from the noise of the world, can eventually lead to extraordinary success. But how can you apply this lesson to your own life? It begins with recognizing that your dreams are precious, and like anything of value, they deserve to be protected. Start by asking yourself, what are the goals that I hold closest to my heart? These are the aspirations that define your purpose and give your life meaning. Next, consider how sharing these dreams too early might expose them to doubts, criticisms, or even the subtle pressure of others' expectations. Instead of broadcasting your intentions, focus on taking small, consistent steps towards achieving them. By keeping your progress private, you create a space where your dreams can develop without interference, allowing you to stay true to your vision and maintain your motivation. This approach doesn't mean you should isolate yourself or reject help when needed. On the contrary, part of nurturing your dreams involves building a support system of trusted individuals who understand and respect your goals. However, the key is to share selectively and wisely, ensuring that those you confide in are genuinely supportive and aligned with your vision. This way, you maintain the balance between protecting your aspirations and seeking the guidance necessary to achieve them. As Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, wisely noted, associate with people who are likely to improve you. This advice is particularly relevant when it comes to your dreams. Surround yourself with those who encourage your growth without imposing their own agendas or doubts upon you. As you continue on your journey, remember that the unspoken dream is not about secrecy for secrecy's sake, but about cultivating an environment where your aspirations can thrive. By keeping your goals private, you eliminate the distractions and external pressures that can derail your progress, allowing you to focus on what truly matters: the work required to turn your dreams into reality. The Stoics believed that the best way to achieve greatness was through quiet perseverance, rather than loud proclamations. This principle is as applicable today as it was in ancient times. In a world that often rewards those who shout the loudest, the quiet pursuit of your dreams can be a powerful act of defiance, a reminder that true success is built on the foundation of inner strength and unwavering determination. As you reflect on this lesson, ask yourself, what unspoken dreams am I nurturing in my heart? And how can I protect them from the noise of the world? The answer to this question will guide you in building a life that is not only successful but deeply fulfilling. The unspoken dream is your shield against the distractions of the modern world, a tool that allows you to focus on what truly matters. By nurturing your aspirations in the quiet of your heart, you give them the best chance to grow, flourish, and ultimately, to outsmart the challenges and obstacles that stand in your way. So guard your dreams closely, work on them diligently, and let your success speak for itself when the time is right. Lesson 9. Embracing the quiet strength within. All men's miseries derive from not being able to sit in a quiet room alone, said Blaise Pascal, and this insight captures the essence of our final lesson: the sanctuary of solitude. In a world filled with constant noise, distractions, and demands on your attention, finding peace and strength within solitude is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. The Stoics, who were masters of self-discipline and inner tranquility, understood the profound power of solitude as a means to cultivate inner strength and clarity. They knew that the ability to retreat into your own thoughts, to reflect and refocus, is essential not only for personal growth, but also for outsmarting the challenges life inevitably throws your way. Why is solitude so powerful? It's because in solitude you strip away the external influences that often cloud your judgment and distract you from your true path. When you're alone with your thoughts, there's no one to impress, no external expectations to meet, and no noise to drown out your inner voice. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, wrote in his Meditations, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." This quote reflects the Stoic belief that the greatest source of strength and wisdom lies within, and it's only in solitude that you can truly access it. By embracing solitude, you give yourself the space to think deeply, to reconnect with your values, and to plan your next steps with clarity and purpose. But in today's fast-paced, hyper-connected world, finding time for solitude can be challenging. With endless notifications, social obligations, and the pressure to always be on, it's easy to neglect the need for quiet reflection. Yet it's precisely because of this constant bombardment of information and expectations that solitude has become even more critical. When was the last time you allowed yourself to simply be alone with your thoughts, free from distractions? How often do you give yourself permission to step away from the noise and truly listen to what your inner self is telling you? By making solitude a regular practice, you create a sanctuary where you can recharge, refocus, and regain control over your life. One of the most powerful stories that illustrate the importance of solitude is that of Abraham Lincoln. During the darkest days of the American Civil War, Lincoln would often retreat into his private study to think and reflect in solitude. It was in these quiet moments that he made some of the most difficult and consequential decisions of his presidency. Lincoln understood that solitude was not a sign of weakness or isolation, but a necessary refuge where he could gather his thoughts, weigh his options, and find the inner strength to lead a divided nation. This story serves as a reminder that solitude is not about withdrawing from the world, but about finding the strength to engage with it more effectively. How can you incorporate this lesson into your own life? It starts with recognizing that solitude is a gift you can give yourself, a time to step back, breathe, and reconnect with your core values and goals. Begin by setting aside a few minutes each day to be alone with your thoughts, whether it's during a quiet morning walk, in a peaceful corner of your home, or simply sitting in silence with a cup of coffee. Use this time to reflect on your day, your decisions, and the direction you're heading. Ask yourself, am I living in alignment with my true values? What steps can I take to better navigate the challenges I'm facing? These open-ended questions can help you gain clarity and insight that is often lost in the hustle and bustle of daily life. Moreover, solitude allows you to develop a deeper sense of self-awareness and emotional resilience. When you regularly spend time alone, you become more attuned to your emotions, your strengths, and your weaknesses. You learn to rely on yourself for validation and guidance rather than seeking it from others. This self-reliance is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy and is crucial for developing the mental toughness needed to outsmart life's obstacles. As Seneca wisely observed, it is the power of the mind to be unconquerable. By embracing solitude, you fortify your mind, making it resilient against the pressures and adversities that come your way. In the context of modern life, where multitasking and constant communication are often glorified, solitude might seem counterproductive or even indulgent. But the truth is, solitude is one of the most powerful tools you have for achieving success and maintaining balance. It's in these quiet moments that you can think strategically, plan effectively, and make decisions that are aligned with your true self, rather than reacting impulsively to external pressures. Imagine the clarity and focus you could achieve if you regularly took time to retreat into the sanctuary of solitude, free from the distractions that typically dominate your day. At the end of this journey through the Stoic keys, let this final lesson be a guiding light. Solitude is not about escaping the world, but about empowering yourself to engage with it more fully and effectively. By embracing the quiet strength within, you equip yourself with the tools needed to navigate life's challenges with wisdom, resilience, and purpose. So I ask you, when will you next carve out time for solitude, and how might it change the way you approach your life? The answer to this question could be the key to unlocking a deeper, more fulfilling existence, where your actions are guided by clarity, your decisions are grounded in wisdom, and your inner strength is unshakable. In conclusion, the sanctuary of solitude is a vital component of the Stoic path, a place where you can cultivate the quiet strength needed to outsmart not just others, but also the challenges life presents. By making solitude a regular part of your routine, you give yourself the opportunity to grow, to reflect, and to connect with the most powerful force in your life, your own mind. Remember, as you move forward, that the greatest battles are often fought and won within. Embrace the quiet, listen to your inner voice, and let the strength you find there guide you through every aspect of your journey. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the 9 Stoic keys to outsmarting everybody else. Remember, true wisdom comes not from external validation or social comparison, but from cultivating inner strength, self-awareness, and a deep connection to your own values and purpose. By embracing these Stoic principles, you'll not only navigate life's challenges with greater ease, but also unlock a profound sense of peace, fulfillment, and happiness. Keep practicing, keep growing, and keep shining your Stoic light. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. Share it with others who might benefit, and don't forget to subscribe to Stoic in Your Life for more insights on applying Stoicism to modern life. Also, be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss an upcoming video. Thank you for being a part of our community, and until next time, stay resilient and wise. The best rules for healthy relationships. Stoicism. Truth is not only violated by falsehood, it may be equally outraged by silence. Henri Frédéric Amiel. Welcome back to Stoic in Your Life, where we blend ancient wisdom with modern living to create a serene, and resilient spirit. In today's video, we're uncovering the #1 rule for healthy relationships through the enlightening perspective of Stoicism. Have you ever wondered what it truly takes to build and maintain a healthy, fulfilling relationship? What if there was a single profound principle that could transform the way you connect with others? Today, we reveal that golden rule. Always stay true to your genuine feelings and communicate them with the utmost kindness and politeness. Whether you're dealing with a romantic partner, a friend, or a family member, this approach can bring a profound, positive shift in how you relate to others. Let's transform our connections and enrich our lives with the timeless guidance of Stoicism. In any relationship, authenticity is the foundation of trust and understanding. When we mask our true feelings, we create barriers and misunderstandings that can erode the bond we share with our partners. By embracing the Stoic practice of honesty, we not only stay aligned with our inner selves, but also pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. But it's not just about being honest. It's about how we convey our truth. Stoicism teaches us the art of communicating with compassion and respect, ensuring that our words foster harmony rather than conflict. This means expressing our feelings in a way that our partner can understand, with as much kindness and politeness as we can muster. 1. The key to thriving relationships often lies in a principle deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy: clear and honest communication. Many of us fall into the trap of masking our true feelings with words and actions that only serve to create confusion and distance. For instance, we might say, "I don't care in the slightest when you come home, I'll be asleep anyway," when what we really mean is, "I miss you so much and I'm hurt that you keep going out with your friends." Or we might lash out with, "Go to hell and die, I hate you," when what we are truly expressing is, "I'm terrified of how much I depend on you." These miscommunications stem from our fear of vulnerability and our struggle to articulate our deeper emotions. Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, wisely stated, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This is particularly true in relationships where unspoken feelings and unmet expectations build walls between us. Rather than expressing our longing for connection, we may argue about politics when what we truly desire is a simple hug. We might criticize our partner's timekeeping because we feel neglected, or blame their mother for our frustrations when the real issue is a lack of intimacy. Saying, "Will you stop fussing around the kitchen preparing things I don't even want to eat?" can be a harsh cover for, "I'm being cruel because I don't know how else to express my hurt." In modern life, where distractions and pressures are abundant, maintaining honest communication is more critical than ever. It's easy to let misunderstandings fester and grow into significant issues. But the Stoic approach teaches us to face our emotions head-on and express them with clarity and sincerity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." Applying this to relationships means striving to break the cycle of miscommunication and hurt by not mirroring negativity, but instead fostering understanding and compassion. To cultivate healthy relationships, start by practicing self-awareness and reflection, key Stoic practices. Recognize when you're about to say something out of frustration or fear, and take a moment to understand the underlying emotion. Ask yourself what you truly want to convey. If you're feeling neglected, instead of criticizing your partner, express your need for attention and affection. If you're scared of losing them, share your fears openly rather than masking them with anger. Epictetus taught, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This advice is invaluable in relationships. Listening with the intent to understand, rather than to respond, can transform your interactions. It shows your partner that you value their perspective and are committed to addressing their needs as much as your own. By listening more, you also gain insights into their true feelings, which can prevent many misunderstandings. Incorporating Stoic principles into your daily life can also help. Practicing gratitude, another core Stoic value, shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is abundant in your relationship. Take time each day to appreciate your partner's positive qualities and the moments you share. This can create a more positive and resilient bond, making it easier to navigate conflicts when they arise. Moreover, embracing the Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or anticipating potential challenges, can prepare you for difficult conversations. By thinking through how you might respond calmly and constructively to various scenarios, you can approach conflicts with a level-headedness that fosters resolution rather than escalation. Relating these ideas to the modern hustle, consider how technology and busy schedules often interfere with genuine connection. Make a conscious effort to set aside dedicated time for your partner, free from distractions. Whether it's a weekly date night or a daily check-in, these moments of focused attention can significantly strengthen your relationship. The number one rule for healthy relationships, inspired by Stoic philosophy, is clear and honest communication. By facing our emotions, expressing them sincerely, and listening with empathy, we can build stronger, more fulfilling connections. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, let us remember the wisdom of the Stoics and strive to communicate with the clarity and compassion that our relationships deserve. Why do we struggle to say what we mean? It's not just that we're being silly, it's that none of this is simple. Imagine a world where we celebrated the art of honest communication as we do sports, with Olympic competitions to focus our minds on and reward the skills involved. In such a world, the winners would be honored with grand homes and frequent television appearances. Speaking candidly yet kindly is as intricate as playing the violin, perhaps even more valuable and beautiful. We don't say what we mean because we rarely see anyone around us achieving this wondrous and mature feat. Most of us were raised by people who said things like, "You're off my hands now. It doesn't matter to me what you do." When they really meant, "I crave closeness and wish you would call more often." Imagine you're in a modern office, working on a project with your team. Your colleague says, "It's fine, do whatever you think." But their body language tells you they're not happy. The project falls apart, and only then do they confess, "I didn't want to upset anyone, but I really thought we should go another way." This scenario illustrates the confusion and missed opportunities that arise when we fail to communicate openly and honestly. Just like in personal relationships, our professional interactions benefit greatly from clear, kind communication. Stoicism teaches us the importance of honesty in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, once said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This principle encourages us to align our actions and words with our true feelings and beliefs. It's not always easy, but it is essential for building trust and fostering meaningful connections. Take a moment to reflect on your own life. Have you ever held back from saying what you really felt because you were afraid of the reaction? Perhaps you wanted to tell a friend that their actions hurt you, but you stayed silent to avoid conflict. Or maybe you wanted to express gratitude to someone who helped you, but felt too embarrassed to speak up. These missed opportunities for honest communication can create distance and misunderstanding in our relationships. In today's fast-paced world, we often prioritize efficiency over genuine connection. We send quick texts instead of having heartfelt conversations, and we use social media likes and comments as substitutes for real emotional exchanges. This can lead to superficial relationships that lack depth and authenticity. By practicing the Stoic principle of honest communication, we can counteract this trend and cultivate healthier, more fulfilling relationships. Consider the story of Sarah, a young woman navigating the complexities of modern dating. She meets John, and they hit it off immediately. But as they spend more time together, Sarah notices that John often says things he doesn't mean. He agrees to plans he has no intention of keeping and makes promises he doesn't follow through on. Sarah feels confused and hurt, but instead of addressing it, she starts to pull away. One day, after John cancels yet another date, Sarah decides to have an honest conversation with him. She tells him how his actions make her feel and asks why he struggles to be truthful. John admits he's afraid of disappointing her and losing her if he says no. This moment of vulnerability opens up a deeper level of understanding between them, and they begin to work on building a more honest relationship. Honest communication requires courage and vulnerability, but it is the foundation of trust and intimacy. When we share our true feelings and listen to others with empathy, we create a space where authentic connections can flourish. This doesn't mean we have to be brutally honest in a way that hurts others. Instead, we can strive to be candid while also being kind and considerate. Think about a time when someone's honest words deeply impacted you. Perhaps a teacher gave you constructive feedback that helped you grow, or a friend shared their genuine appreciation for you during a tough time. These moments stand out because they are real and meaningful. They remind us of the power of truth spoken with love. As you navigate your relationships, both personal and professional, remember the Stoic principle of honest communication. Strive to say what you mean and mean what you say. This practice will not only improve your relationships, but also lead to a more authentic and fulfilling life. How can you incorporate more honest communication into your daily interactions? What steps can you take to ensure your words align with your true feelings and intentions? By reflecting on these questions and committing to the practice of candid yet kind communication, you can transform your relationships and create a ripple effect of authenticity and trust in your community. It is the bedrock upon which trust, intimacy, and genuine connection are built. By embracing this Stoic principle, we can navigate the complexities of our relationships with grace and integrity, fostering bonds that are both deep and enduring. So next time you find yourself holding back, remember the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. Let this guide you toward more meaningful and honest interactions in all areas of your life. 3. Imagine this. You're in a conversation with someone you care about deeply, but suddenly, things take a turn for the worse. You find yourself frustrated, hurt, and ready to lash out with words that could cause lasting damage. What if, instead of reacting impulsively, you could respond in a way that fosters understanding and strengthens your relationship? This is where Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that champions reason, self-control, and virtue, offers invaluable insights. From a Stoic perspective, communicate with empathy and patience. Let's delve deeper into this concept and see how it can transform your interactions. Consider this scenario. You're upset because your partner seems to be spending too much time with their friends. The instinctive response might be to say something like, "Shut the hell up about your stupid friends." This statement is harsh, confrontational, and likely to escalate the conflict. Instead, a Stoic approach would encourage you to express your feelings calmly and respectfully. You could say, "I'm feeling a bit ignored at the moment. It sounds a bit ridiculous, I know, but I can't help but feel a little bit jealous of how much time you seem to be spending with your mates." This shift in communication focuses on your feelings without attacking the other person, opening the door for a more constructive dialogue. Similarly, when emotions run high, it's easy to let anger dictate your words. Imagine saying, "I never want to see you again, you stinking rat-faced little sh." Such a statement is driven by anger and will likely cause more harm than good. A Stoic would instead acknowledge their feelings and the underlying fears causing them. They might say, "It seems I'm feeling really pretty upset at the moment, and it makes me want to take a bit of distance. I guess deep down I'm terrified you're going to abandon me." This way you express vulnerability and invite empathy, rather than creating an adversarial situation. The Stoics teach us that our perceptions shape our reality. As Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and a renowned Stoic philosopher, said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." By choosing to perceive our emotions and responses through a lens of reason and understanding, we can shape our interactions positively. When you feel a surge of anger or jealousy, pause and reflect on what you're truly feeling. Is it fear? Is it a sense of neglect? Identifying the root cause allows you to address it without damaging your relationship. Open-ended questions can be a powerful tool in this process. Instead of accusing or making statements that shut down conversation, ask questions that encourage deeper understanding. For example, you might ask, "Can you help me understand why you need so much time with your friends?" Or, "What can we do together to make sure both of us feel valued in this relationship?" These questions show that you are invested in finding a solution that works for both parties rather than winning an argument. Think about the last time you had a disagreement with someone you care about. How did it make you feel? How did you respond? What could have been different if you had approached the situation with a calm, reflective mindset? By practicing this kind of self-awareness, you cultivate a space where both you and your partner can express your needs and feelings openly, without fear of judgment or retaliation. Another key aspect of Stoic wisdom in relationships is the concept of control. Epictetus, another prominent Stoic philosopher, taught that we should focus on what is within our control and let go of what is not. In the context of relationships, this means accepting that you cannot control your partner's actions or feelings, but you can control your own reactions. By taking responsibility for your responses, you empower yourself to handle conflicts with grace and composure. Let's expand on this with a practical exercise. The next time you feel a conflict brewing, take a moment to breathe deeply and reflect on your feelings. Ask yourself, what am I truly feeling? Why am I feeling this way? What can I do to express this feeling constructively? By engaging in this self-reflection, you practice the Stoic principle of mindfulness, which helps you respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Moreover, building healthy relationships requires us to embrace the virtue of empathy. Empathy allows us to understand and share the feelings of others, creating a deeper connection. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher and statesman, emphasized the importance of compassion in our interactions. He said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." By practicing kindness and empathy, you not only nurture your relationships, but also cultivate your own inner peace. Consider the long-term impact of your words and actions. How do you want your partner to feel after an argument? Do you want them to feel hurt and distant, or understood and valued? By keeping the bigger picture in mind, you can navigate conflicts with a focus on resolution and harmony, rather than winning or being right. The rule for healthy relationships, as guided by Stoic principles, is to communicate with empathy, patience, and self-awareness. By choosing your words carefully, reflecting on your emotions, asking open-ended questions, and practicing empathy, you can transform conflicts into opportunities for growth and deeper connection. Remember the wisdom of the Stoics. He who is not angry when there is just cause for anger is immoral. But also, no man is free who is not master of himself. Balance your emotions with reason and let your relationships flourish with understanding and love. How will you apply these principles in your relationships today? What steps can you take to ensure that your interactions are guided by the wisdom of the Stoics? Reflect on these questions and take the first step towards healthier, more fulfilling relationships. Thank you for being here in this video. What do you think is the key to making others truly miss your presence? Share your thoughts or experiences in the comments below. If you're not sure what to write, try this. I believe being missed is all about your idea. Or in the whirlwind of modern life, navigating relationships can often feel like walking a tightrope. One slip, and you risk falling into the abyss of misunderstanding and hurt. Yet, there is a guiding principle that can help maintain your balance. The delicate dance between honesty and kindness, a concept deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. One of the most challenging aspects of relationships is the delicate balance between honesty and kindness. Often we fear that being too honest will hurt our partner, while being too kind might lead us to suppress our true feelings. As Marcus Aurelius wisely observed, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. In this context, our enemy can be the potential for misunderstanding and emotional harm. The key lies in finding a middle ground where we can express ourselves authentically without causing unnecessary pain. This balance is not just a philosophical ideal, but a practical necessity for fostering healthy relationships. Effective communication in a relationship is akin to learning a new language. It requires patience, practice, and a willingness to make mistakes and learn from them. Seneca once said, "Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end," reminding us that each attempt at honest communication, even if imperfect, is a step towards deeper understanding. When we communicate our needs and feelings openly, we create an environment of trust and understanding. This doesn't mean that every conversation will be easy or that every truth will be pleasant, but it does mean that our relationship will be built on a foundation of mutual respect and genuine connection. To bring this ancient wisdom into modern life, consider how we often face the dilemma of whether to speak up or stay silent. Imagine you're in a situation where your partner's actions have hurt you. The Stoic approach would be to reflect on your emotions, understand their roots, and then express your feelings calmly and clearly. By doing so, you honor both your truth and your partner's dignity. Epictetus teaches us, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening is an integral part of communication. It allows us to understand our partner's perspective and respond with empathy. Expanding on this, let's delve into the practicalities of balancing honesty and kindness. Start by assessing your intentions. Are you speaking out of a desire to improve the relationship, or are you driven by anger or frustration? The Stoics encourage us to act with virtue and reason. If your goal is constructive, then frame your words thoughtfully. Use I statements to express how you feel, which can prevent your partner from feeling attacked. For example, saying "I feel neglected when you cancel our plans" is more effective than "You always cancel on me." Another crucial aspect is timing. Choose the right moment to have serious conversations. A calm, relaxed setting is more conducive to open dialogue than a time when either of you is stressed or distracted. Marcus Aurelius advised, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." Apply this gratitude to your relationship by appreciating the moments you have together and using them wisely. Relating this to modern life, consider the digital age we live in. Text messages and social media can easily lead to misunderstandings. Make it a point to have important conversations face-to-face or via a video call, where you can see and hear each other's expressions and tones. This personal touch reinforces the sincerity of your words and reduces the risk of misinterpretation. Embrace the Stoic practice of reflection. After any significant conversation, take time to reflect on what was said and how it was received. Did you communicate effectively? Was your honesty tempered with kindness? What can you learn from this interaction to improve future dialogues? This continuous process of reflection and adjustment helps in nurturing a healthy, resilient relationship. As you navigate your relationships, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Act with virtue, listen more than you speak, and reflect regularly. This timeless advice is not only a path to personal growth, but also the cornerstone of enduring and fulfilling relationships. 5. Apologizing is a profound act in any relationship, not merely a polite gesture. It signifies our willingness to acknowledge the consequences of our actions and our commitment to the well-being of our partner. A heartfelt apology involves vulnerability and a readiness to grow. Instead of the dismissive, "I'm sorry you feel that way," which often comes across as insincere, opt for, "I'm sorry that my actions hurt you. I understand why you feel upset, and I want to work on this together." This approach fosters genuine connection and understanding. Consider a scenario from everyday life. Imagine a couple, Alex and Jamie. Alex, caught up in work stress, snaps at Jamie over something trivial. Jamie feels hurt and unappreciated, and a rift begins to form. Later, Alex realizes the mistake and faces a choice. A superficial apology might go, "I'm sorry you're upset," which subtly shifts blame to Jamie for feeling hurt. However, a sincere apology would be, "I'm sorry I snapped at you. I know it hurt your feelings and that was unfair. Let's find a way to handle stress without taking it out on each other." This form of apology does more than just mend fences. It strengthens the relationship by showing that Alex values Jamie's feelings and is willing to work on improving their interactions. In our modern hustle, it's easy to let small conflicts escalate due to lack of proper communication. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where a small misunderstanding grew into a significant issue because neither side was willing to apologize sincerely? Reflect on that moment. How different would things have been if both parties approached the situation with openness and genuine remorse? Stoicism teaches us to maintain control over our emotions and reactions. Applying this to relationships means practicing empathy and understanding the other person's perspective. When we apologize, it should come from a place of empathy, not just a desire to end an argument. By doing so, we not only show respect to our partner, but also cultivate inner peace and resilience within ourselves. It's about seeing beyond our immediate emotions and understanding the bigger picture of our relationship dynamics. Think about the last time you hurt someone unintentionally. Did you apologize sincerely, or did you offer a half-hearted sorry just to move on? A sincere apology requires us to confront our own faults and make a genuine effort to change. It's not about admitting defeat, but about building a stronger, more trusting relationship. When we apologize correctly, we open the door to forgiveness and healing, which are essential for any healthy relationship. Reflect on how a simple, sincere apology could transform your relationships. How would your interactions change if you always acknowledged the other person's feelings and took responsibility for your actions? It's a powerful practice that can turn conflicts into opportunities for growth. Imagine the trust and mutual respect that would flourish from such honest exchanges. In a world where ego often gets in the way of harmony, embracing the Stoic principle of sincere apology can be a game changer. It's not about losing face, but about gaining a deeper connection with those we care about. By being genuinely remorseful and showing a willingness to change, we demonstrate that we value our relationships more than our pride. So, next time you find yourself at odds with someone, remember that a true apology is more than just words. It's an act of courage and humility that can pave the way for deeper understanding and stronger bonds. Ask yourself, are you ready to make that shift in your relationships? Are you prepared to embrace vulnerability for the sake of growth and connection? The lesson here is clear. Apologizing sincerely is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. It requires us to look inward, recognize our flaws, and commit to bettering ourselves for the sake of our relationships. This practice not only heals wounds, but also builds a foundation of trust and respect that can withstand the tests of time. By integrating this Stoic approach into our daily interactions, we can create healthier, more fulfilling relationships and lead more harmonious lives. 6. At its core, Stoicism emphasizes the importance of control over our own actions and reactions rather than trying to control others. This principle is particularly vital in maintaining healthy and harmonious relationships. Think about how different your interactions would be if you focused solely on what you can control: your thoughts, your actions, and your responses. Epictetus, one of the prominent Stoic philosophers, wisely said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This quote underlines the Stoic belief that our power lies in our responses. Now think about the role of listening in your relationships. True listening means giving our full, undivided attention to our partner, without interrupting or planning our response while they speak. It's about being present and showing empathy. How often do we really listen to understand, rather than just to reply? When we actively listen, we validate our partner's feelings and perspectives, making them feel valued and understood. Simple phrases like, "I hear you," "That sounds really tough," and "Tell me more about how you're feeling," can significantly enhance the sense of being heard. This practice aligns with Marcus Aurelius's teaching that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. In times of conflict, it's crucial to focus on the issue at hand rather than attacking each other personally. Imagine a heated discussion where instead of saying, "You never listen to me," which can sound accusatory and defensive, you say, "I feel unheard when we don't communicate." This subtle shift from "you" to "I" statements helps express our feelings without placing blame, thus opening the door for a more constructive conversation. This approach fosters a healthier dialogue, as it centers on your own experience and feelings, rather than attributing faults to the other person. Furthermore, consider the value of empathy in your interactions. Empathy allows us to put ourselves in our partner's shoes, to see things from their perspective. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, emphasized, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." This mindset can transform the way we handle disagreements and misunderstandings. By prioritizing empathy, we create a safe space where both partners feel respected and valued, which is essential for any healthy relationship. Another key aspect is managing expectations. Stoicism teaches us to accept things as they are, not as we wish they were. Often, conflicts arise from unmet expectations. If we adopt a Stoic approach and focus on appreciating our partner for who they are, rather than what we expect them to be, we reduce unnecessary friction. Reflect on this. How often do your expectations lead to disappointment and conflict? By adjusting our expectations and accepting our partner's imperfections, we cultivate a more loving and accepting relationship. Now let's explore the power of gratitude in relationships. Practicing gratitude means recognizing and appreciating the positive aspects of our partner and relationship. How often do we take a moment to express gratitude for the little things our partner does? According to Marcus Aurelius, when you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. Applying this wisdom, we can remind ourselves daily of the blessings in our relationship, which can foster a deeper connection and mutual appreciation. Communication is another cornerstone of healthy relationships. Effective communication involves being honest and clear about our feelings and needs. However, honesty should always be tempered with kindness. Think about a time when you communicated your needs bluntly and how it affected your partner. How could a more compassionate approach have changed the outcome? By speaking our truth with empathy and consideration, we create an environment where open and respectful dialogue can thrive. Additionally, consider the importance of patience and understanding in nurturing relationships. Life is full of challenges and stressful situations that can strain even the strongest bonds. During such times, patience becomes a virtue. As Epictetus noted, "No great thing is created suddenly any more than a bunch of grapes or a fig. If you tell me that you desire a fig, I answer you that there must be time. Let it first blossom, then bear fruit, then ripen." Relationships, too, require time to blossom, bear fruit, and ripen. By practicing patience, we give our relationships the time and space they need to grow and flourish. Remember that self-reflection is a powerful tool in maintaining healthy relationships. Regularly reflecting on our own behavior and attitudes helps us identify areas for improvement. How often do we take the time to reflect on our actions and their impact on our partner? Seneca advised, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." By continually seeking to understand ourselves and our actions better, we contribute positively to our relationships. By practicing active listening, using I statements, showing empathy, managing expectations, expressing gratitude, communicating effectively, practicing patience, and engaging in self-reflection, we can cultivate deeper, more meaningful connections with our partners. So, what steps will you take today to improve your relationships and embrace the wisdom of Stoicism? How will you apply these principles to create a more harmonious and fulfilling bond with those you love? If you've made it this far, you're a champion of healthy relationships. Drop a comment saying, "I am building strong connections," to show your commitment to this transformative journey. Stick around, the best is yet to come. As men navigating the complexities of life between the ages of 30 and 65, embracing this principle can transform your relationships into sources of strength and serenity. The ancient Stoic philosopher Epictetus wisely said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This timeless wisdom holds the key to nurturing relationships that thrive on understanding and mutual respect. Establishing regular check-ins with your partner is crucial. These dedicated moments are opportunities to discuss feelings about the relationship, address any issues, and celebrate successes. This proactive approach can prevent small misunderstandings from escalating into larger conflicts. It also reinforces the idea that both partners are invested in the health and growth of the relationship. By setting aside time to talk, you signal that the relationship is a priority, which can deepen your connection and mutual respect. Imagine it as a way to clear the air regularly, just as the Stoics advocated for maintaining a clear and undisturbed mind. As Marcus Aurelius put it, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." By tackling issues head-on, you turn potential obstacles into pathways for growth. Furthermore, striving to be gentle with ourselves and our partners is essential. Relationships are a continuous journey of learning and adapting. There will be moments of frustration and misunderstanding, but there will also be moments of profound connection and joy. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, reminds us, "Sometimes even to live is an act of courage." Embracing honesty, kindness, and a willingness to communicate openly allows us to navigate the complexities of relationships with grace and resilience. When we are gentle with ourselves, we acknowledge our own imperfections and growth areas, making it easier to extend the same compassion to our partners. In modern life, where stress and external pressures can strain relationships, applying Stoic principles can provide a solid foundation. Regular check-ins and gentle interactions create a safe space for both partners to express themselves without fear of judgment. This practice not only strengthens the bond, but also fosters an environment where both individuals can grow individually and together. It's about being present and attentive, much like how Stoicism teaches us to be mindful of our thoughts and actions. A practical tip for these check-ins is to use a framework that focuses on both positives and areas for improvement. Start by sharing what you appreciate about your partner and the relationship. This sets a positive tone and reinforces the good aspects of your bond. Then, gently address any concerns or issues, ensuring that the conversation remains constructive. This method aligns with the Stoic idea of focusing on what we can control, our own actions and reactions, rather than dwelling on external circumstances. Additionally, embrace the Stoic practice of journaling. Reflecting on your interactions and feelings can provide valuable insights into your relationship dynamics. Writing down your thoughts can help clarify your feelings and prepare you for more effective communication with your partner. As Seneca advised, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." The quality of your relationship hinges on the depth of your connection and the mutual understanding you cultivate. Remember, relationships are not about perfection, but progress. Every interaction is an opportunity to learn and grow together. By committing to regular check-ins and practicing gentleness, you create a resilient and loving partnership. The Stoics teach us that we cannot control others, but we can control how we respond to them. Applying this wisdom to your relationship means focusing on being the best partner you can be, which in turn encourages your partner to do the same. Regular check-ins and a gentle approach are practical steps to ensure your relationship thrives. As you navigate the journey of love and partnership, remember the words of Epictetus. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Embrace each moment as an opportunity to build a stronger, more compassionate relationship, rooted in the timeless wisdom of the Stoics. Respect yourself and others will respect you. This simple yet profound Stoic principle forms the cornerstone of healthy relationships. When you value yourself, you set a standard for how others should treat you. This isn't about arrogance or vanity. It's about acknowledging your intrinsic worth and demonstrating it through your actions and attitudes. Think about it. If you consistently allow others to treat you poorly, you are sending a message that you don't think highly of yourself. Conversely, when you respect yourself, you're teaching others to respect you too. Consider this. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to lose sight of our own value amidst the chaos and constant comparison. Social media, for example, often inundates us with unrealistic standards and highlights reels of other people's lives. This can lead to a diminished sense of self-worth, causing us to seek validation from others instead of recognizing our own inherent value. But Stoicism teaches us to look inward, to find contentment and respect within ourselves first. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, once said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." This quote emphasizes the importance of self-awareness and self-respect as the foundation for all our interactions. Now let's delve into a modern story that beautifully illustrates this principle. Picture a young professional named Alex who works in a competitive corporate environment. Alex was always accommodating, often going out of his way to please colleagues and superiors, even at the expense of his own well-being. Despite his efforts, Alex felt undervalued and overlooked for promotions. He realized that his constant need to please others stemmed from a lack of self-respect. Inspired by Stoic teachings, Alex decided to make a change. He began setting clear boundaries, saying no when necessary, and prioritizing his own needs and values. This shift didn't happen overnight, but gradually, his colleagues began to notice and respect his newfound assertiveness. Alex's story teaches us that self-respect not only transforms how we see ourselves, but also how others perceive and treat us. Reflect on your own life for a moment. Have you ever found yourself in situations where you compromise your values or needs to gain approval? How did it make you feel? These moments are opportunities to practice self-respect. By valuing yourself, you're not only honoring your own worth, but also creating a template for others to follow. This doesn't mean you should be inflexible or dismissive of others' needs. Rather, it's about striking a balance where your self-respect complements the respect you offer others. Let's explore another example. Think of a friend or family member who constantly disrespects your time or boundaries. Perhaps they frequently show up late or cancel plans at the last minute, leaving you feeling disregarded. When you tolerate such behavior without addressing it, you're inadvertently sending a message that your time and feelings are not valuable. Instead, by respectfully communicating your feelings and setting clear boundaries, you're teaching them to respect you. It might be uncomfortable at first, but it's a crucial step toward fostering healthier, more respectful relationships. Engaging in self-respect also involves self-care. This includes taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being. Imagine you're an avid gardener. Just as you tend to your garden, ensuring it has the right amount of sunlight, water, and nutrients, you must also nurture yourself. When you prioritize your health and well-being, you're not only improving your quality of life, but also demonstrating to others that you deserve respect and care. Self-respect is contagious. It encourages others to treat you with the same consideration. As we weave Stoic principles into our daily lives, it's essential to remember that respect is a two-way street. While self-respect is the foundation, mutual respect is the structure that supports healthy relationships. Consider Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury. This teaches us to rise above disrespect and not let others' negative behavior dictate our actions. By maintaining our own standards of respect and integrity, we set an example for others and elevate the quality of our relationships. Patience and understanding are the cornerstones of any healthy relationship. When we embrace patience, we allow our relationships to develop naturally, giving them the necessary time and space to grow. The ancient philosophy of Stoicism, with its emphasis on self-control and wisdom, provides valuable insights into nurturing these essential qualities. Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, once said, "No great thing is created suddenly, any more than a bunch of grapes or a fig. If you tell me that you desire a fig, I answer you that there must be time. Let it first blossom, then bear fruit, then ripen." This timeless wisdom is particularly relevant to relationships, reminding us that deep connections require time, effort, and patience to cultivate. In the heat of frustration, it's all too easy to react impulsively and say things we might later regret. Stoicism encourages us to pause and reflect before responding, allowing us to choose our words and actions with care, thereby promoting understanding rather than conflict. Think about a scenario where your partner constantly leaves dishes unwashed, and this habit annoys you. Instead of lashing out, a Stoic approach would involve calmly expressing your feelings and seeking to understand your partner's perspective. You might say, "I've noticed the dishes often pile up and it makes me feel overwhelmed. Can we find a solution that works for both of us?" This approach fosters a collaborative and understanding environment, demonstrating that patience and communication are key. Marcus Aurelius, another great Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of perspective and empathy. He advised, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This self-reflection helps us approach our partners with empathy, acknowledging that we all have our flaws and challenges. Understanding is the bedrock of empathy. When we strive to comprehend our partner's feelings and perspectives, we build a deeper connection. As Epictetus taught, first learn the meaning of what you say and then speak. By understanding our partner's emotions and experiences, we can communicate more effectively and compassionately. In today's fast-paced world where stress and distractions are ubiquitous, maintaining patience and understanding in relationships is more crucial than ever. It's easy for minor irritations to escalate into major conflicts. However, by practicing Stoic principles, we can navigate these challenges with grace and composure. To cultivate patience, begin by practicing mindfulness and reflection. 2 key Stoic practices. Recognize when you're feeling impatient and take a moment to breathe and reflect. Ask yourself what is causing your frustration and how you can respond constructively. By pausing and reflecting, you can choose a more patient and understanding response. Epictetus also imparted the wisdom, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This advice is invaluable in relationships. By listening attentively to our partner's needs and perspectives, we show that we value their feelings and are committed to understanding them. Incorporating Stoic principles into your daily life can significantly enhance your relationships. Practicing gratitude shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is abundant in your relationship. Take time each day to appreciate your partner's positive qualities and the moments you share. This practice can create a more positive and understanding bond, making it easier to navigate conflicts when they arise. Moreover, embracing the Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or anticipating potential challenges, can prepare you for difficult conversations. By thinking through how you might respond calmly and patiently to various scenarios, you can approach conflicts with a level-headedness that fosters resolution rather than escalation. Relating these ideas to the modern hustle, consider how technology and busy schedules often interfere with genuine connection. Make a conscious effort to set aside dedicated time for your partner, free from distractions. Whether it's a weekly date night or a daily check-in, these moments of focused attention can significantly strengthen your relationship. By cultivating patience and understanding, inspired by Stoic philosophy, we can build stronger, more fulfilling connections. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, Let us remember the wisdom of the Stoics and strive to be patient and understanding in our relationships. What steps will you take today to foster patience and understanding in your relationships? How can you apply the teachings of Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, and Epictetus to improve your interactions with your partner? Reflect on these questions and let the timeless wisdom of Stoicism guide you toward healthier and more harmonious relationships. 10. Imagine walking through life with the weight of past grievances, every step a reminder of old wounds. Now picture shedding those burdens and walking freely, with a lighter heart and clearer mind. This is the transformative power of forgiveness and letting go in the realm of healthy relationships. The cornerstone of Stoic philosophy offers us profound insights on how to navigate the intricate dynamics of our connections with others. Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, profoundly stated, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." This encapsulates the essence of focusing on our actions and reactions, while releasing what is beyond our control. In the context of relationships, this means letting go of past grievances to move forward unencumbered by old resentments. Forgiveness, from a Stoic perspective, is not about justifying harmful actions, but about liberating ourselves from the shackles of negative emotions. By forgiving, we reclaim our power and open ourselves to healing and growth. Marcus Aurelius, another eminent Stoic, underscored the significance of compassion and understanding in his meditations. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. This daily gratitude can extend to our relationships, allowing us to release past hurts and savor the present moment fully. Consider a situation where a friend has disappointed you. Instead of harboring anger and resentment, the Stoic approach encourages understanding and forgiveness. You might acknowledge your hurt feelings, but choose to see the situation from your friend's perspective, leading to a conversation like, "I was hurt by what happened, but I understand that we all make mistakes. Let's move forward and focus on strengthening our friendship." This fosters an environment of forgiveness and mutual understanding, crucial for any relationship's longevity. Forgiveness also requires letting go of unrealistic expectations. Often we hold on to disappointments because we seek perfection in our partners, setting them up for inevitable failure. Stoicism teaches us to accept things as they are, not as we wish them to be. By adjusting our expectations and embracing our partner's imperfections, we can significantly reduce unnecessary friction, nurturing a more loving and accepting relationship. In our modern lives, filled with stress and external pressures, practicing forgiveness and letting go is more vital than ever. Small conflicts and misunderstandings can easily snowball into significant issues if not addressed promptly. However, by embracing Stoic principles, we can learn to release these burdens and foster more harmonious relationships. To practice forgiveness, start by reflecting on situations that have caused you pain or resentment. Acknowledge the impact these feelings have on your well-being and relationships. By recognizing and confronting these emotions, you initiate the process of letting go and moving forward. Epictetus wisely noted, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This advice is especially pertinent in relationships, as listening attentively to our partner's needs and perspectives demonstrates that we value their feelings and are committed to understanding and forgiving them. Incorporating Stoic principles into daily life can further enhance our relationships. Practicing gratitude shifts our focus from what is lacking to what is abundant. Take time each day to appreciate your partner's positive qualities and the moments you share. This habit can create a more positive and forgiving bond, making it easier to navigate conflicts when they arise. Moreover, the Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or anticipating potential challenges, can prepare you for difficult conversations. By contemplating how you might respond calmly and forgivingly to various scenarios, you approach conflicts with a level-headedness that fosters resolution rather than escalation. In the modern hustle, where technology and busy schedules often disrupt genuine connection, make a conscious effort to set aside dedicated time for your partner, free from distractions. Whether it's a weekly date night or a daily check-in, these moments of focused attention can significantly strengthen your relationship. Thank you for being part of today's video. Before we proceed, I want to thank you for your participation in our community. Feel free to share your thoughts or simply comment, "I am a newbie," if you're new, or "I am a Stoic," if you've been around. Your interaction is a great source of motivation for us. Let's continue this journey together, shall we? By embracing forgiveness and letting go, inspired by Stoic philosophy, we can build stronger, more fulfilling connections. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, let us remember the wisdom of the Stoics and strive to forgive and release our burdens for healthier relationships. The teachings of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius remind us that while we cannot control everything, we can choose to let go of past grievances, appreciate the present, and cultivate harmonious, resilient relationships. In doing so, we not only enhance our own inner peace but also create a foundation of trust and understanding that can withstand the challenges of modern life. In conclusion, improving our communication skills can transform our relationships in ways we might not even imagine. It's not about being perfect, but about being authentic and compassionate. When we make a conscious effort to express ourselves honestly and kindly, we foster a stronger, more loving connection with our partner. These small but significant changes can create a ripple effect, enhancing trust, understanding, and intimacy in our relationships. Let's take a moment to reflect on our communication habits and consider how we can bring more honesty and kindness into our interactions. Are there moments where we hold back our true feelings out of fear or hesitation? How often do we choose words that uplift and support rather than criticize? This effort, though challenging, promises to be deeply rewarding, leading to relationships that are not only healthier, but also more fulfilling. At Stoic in Your Life, we believe that these small changes can lead to profound personal growth and happiness. By integrating the principles of Stoicism into our daily lives, we learn to navigate our relationships with greater wisdom and empathy. How do you practice honest and kind communication in your relationships? What challenges have you faced and how have you overcome them? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your experiences could inspire and help others on their journey. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more insights on living a fulfilling and balanced life. Together, let's build a community where we support and learn from each other, embracing the timeless wisdom of Stoicism to enrich our modern lives. Thank you for watching, and remember, every step you take towards better communication is a step towards a happier, more connected life. So how to handle disrespect like a king, Marcus Aurelius lessons. Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." Welcome to Stoic in Your Life, where we channel the wisdom of the ancients to empower our modern existence. Today, we embark on a journey to master the art of handling disrespect with the grace and wisdom of a king, guided by the timeless teachings of Marcus Aurelius. This isn't just a lesson, it's a transformative experience for those of you aged 35 to 65 who strive to face life's adversities with serenity and fortitude. In this video, we'll explore 10 profound Stoic principles that will help you respond to disrespect with composure, understanding, and self-respect. Join me as we uncover how these insights can reshape our responses, strengthen our character, and lead us to a profound sense of inner peace and power. 1. Understanding disrespect. It's external, not personal. Think of standing tall amidst the storms of life, like a majestic oak that remains unbowed by the fiercest winds. This is the essence of handling disrespect like a king, guided by the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and the teachings of Stoicism. In our journey to master Stoicism, the first and most essential lesson we encounter is the understanding that disrespect is external and does not reflect our intrinsic worth. This principle, deeply rooted in the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, offers a profound shift in perspective. The great Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor taught that the judgments and opinions of others are beyond our control and should never define our self-worth. Imagine the scenario where you've invested immense effort and passion into a project, only to be met with harsh and disrespectful criticism. The initial sting of hurt is natural, but Stoicism provides a path to navigate through it with dignity and strength. It encourages us to pivot our focus from seeking external validation to recognizing our inherent value. When faced with disrespect, it's crucial to remember that the opinions of others are often tinted by their own biases, insecurities, or jealousy. These negative reflections reveal more about the critic than they do about you. Consider a writer who, despite receiving widespread acclaim, encounters harsh criticism from a single detractor. That one negative voice does not diminish the writer's talent or worth. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom reminds us that our true value is not anchored in the fluctuating opinions of others, but in the steadfastness of our virtues and the quality of our character. Stoicism emphasizes the power of focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses. By dedicating our energy to these aspects, we fortify our self-worth, making it resilient to external judgments. This internal focus allows us to build a foundation of self-respect that is unwavering, regardless of external validation. Marcus Aurelius poignantly stated, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This quote encapsulates the Stoic belief in the sovereignty of our internal world over the chaos of the external. In modern life, this Stoic lesson is particularly relevant. Whether in personal relationships or professional endeavors, we will inevitably encounter disrespect. Instead of internalizing these affronts, we should view them as opportunities to practice Stoic resilience. By doing so, we demonstrate to ourselves and others that our worth is not up for debate. It is inherent and unshakable. When we encounter disrespect, we can choose to respond with calm and measured dignity, maintaining our focus on our own principles and the good we bring into the world. The wisdom of Epictetus, another great Stoic philosopher, reinforces this. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it, that matters. This perspective empowers us to rise above disrespect, transforming potential wounds into opportunities for personal growth and strength. As you continue your Stoic journey, remember that your worth is reflected in your actions, the virtues you uphold, and the positive impact you make, not in the fleeting and often flawed opinions of others. Thus, when faced with disrespect, let it serve as a reminder of the strength and integrity you possess. Hold steadfast to your self-worth, anchored in the knowledge that it is defined by your inner virtues and not by external judgments. Let your response to disrespect be guided by the calm assurance that comes from knowing your true value. In doing so, you embody the resilience and wisdom of a true Stoic, navigating life's challenges with grace and unwavering self-respect. Embrace the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, and let them guide you to a life where your worth is recognized and honored by the only person who truly matters, you. 2. Valuing yourself above external approval. Imagine you're deeply immersed in a project or a passion that lights a fire within you. You're in your zone, feeling inspired and productive. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone throws a disparaging comment your way, dripping with disrespect. It's a moment that could easily rattle you, shaking your confidence to its core. But let's turn to the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, for guidance. Marcus teaches us that our true value is not found in how others perceive us, but in the goodness and virtues we cultivate within ourselves. This lesson is timeless and profoundly empowering, urging us to focus on inner worth over external validation. Stoicism encourages us to draw strength from our inner virtues rather than external approval. When faced with disrespect, rather than letting it erode your self-esteem, anchor yourself in the qualities you hold dear. The Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and compassion are like deep roots, grounding you in what truly matters. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." This quote reminds us that our internal dialogue shapes our reality. When someone disrespects you, it's easy to let their words linger in your mind, sowing seeds of doubt and insecurity. But you have the power to choose your response. Instead of allowing negative comments to take root, focus on nurturing positive and empowering thoughts. Consider the artist who pours their heart and soul into their creations only to face harsh criticism. Instead of succumbing to doubt, the artist can choose to view this as part of their journey of growth. Embrace the process of learning and self-expression that art provides. By valuing your artistic journey and the personal growth it brings, you free yourself from the chains of needing external validation. In moments of disrespect, ask yourself, what qualities do I value most in myself? How can I embody these virtues right now? By focusing on your inner virtues, you not only maintain your self-esteem but also align your actions with your core values. This alignment brings a deep sense of purpose and fulfillment, which external opinions can never provide. Let's delve deeper into the concept of personal accountability. Stoicism teaches us to take responsibility for our actions and choices. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. This quote emphasizes that our worth is defined by our integrity and moral decisions, not by external circumstances. When you stay true to your values, you live in harmony with yourself, regardless of others' judgments. Imagine a scenario where a respected colleague questions your competence. Instead of reacting defensively or doubting your abilities, take a moment to reflect on your own values and principles. What does competence mean to you? How have you demonstrated this in your work? By reaffirming your commitment to excellence and integrity, you strengthen your self-worth and resilience. Another powerful Stoic principle is the practice of focusing on what is within our control. Epictetus, another renowned Stoic philosopher, said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When disrespected, recognize that while you cannot control others' behavior, you can control your response. Choose to respond with dignity, aligning your actions with your inner values rather than reacting impulsively. To truly embody this lesson, think of someone you admire who exemplifies inner strength and resilience. How do they handle disrespect or criticism? What virtues do they display? Use this reflection as inspiration to cultivate similar qualities within yourself. By prioritizing the development of your character, you build a fortress of self-worth that external opinions cannot penetrate. Stoicism also teaches us the importance of community and connection. While our self-worth should not be dependent on others' approval, we can still seek out relationships that support and uplift us. Surround yourself with people who share your values and encourage your growth. Their positive influence can reinforce your inner worth and provide a buffer against negativity. Marcus Aurelius's lesson of valuing your inner worth over external validation is a powerful guide for handling disrespect. By focusing on cultivating virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and compassion, you build a resilient sense of self that is independent of others' opinions. Remember Marcus's wisdom. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Embrace the Stoic path of personal accountability and control over your reactions. Ask yourself open-ended questions that guide your reflection and growth. Surround yourself with a supportive community. In doing so, you will fortify your character and find true fulfillment, standing tall like that majestic oak tree, rooted in your inner strength and virtues. How will you nurture your inner worth today? 3. Developing empathy. When facing disrespect, it's essential to approach the situation with empathy, a virtue that profoundly transforms how we interact with both the world and ourselves. Have you ever pondered why people behave disrespectfully? Often, their actions stem from their own insecurities and personal struggles. Empathy allows us to look beyond the surface and understand the pain and challenges that drive such behavior. It involves putting ourselves in someone else's shoes, seeing the world through their eyes and connecting with their emotions. This practice isn't just about acknowledging the humanity in others, even when they are disrespectful towards us, but also about maintaining our own inner peace. Think about this scenario. You're part of a team and a teammate constantly undermines you. It's natural to react with anger or withdraw, but what if you chose empathy instead? By recognizing that their behavior might be driven by their own insecurities, perhaps feeling threatened by your expertise, you can approach the situation with kindness and understanding. This perspective not only fosters a more respectful collaboration, but also contributes to your personal growth and resilience. In the Stoic tradition, empathy doesn't mean condoning disrespect. Instead, it's about responding with understanding and kindness while preserving your self-respect. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our actions and reactions. By cultivating empathy, we contribute to a more compassionate world, build bridges of connection, and inspire positive change. Seneca, a renowned Stoic philosopher, encapsulates the essence of empathy and Stoicism with his words, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." This quote highlights the importance of seizing every interaction as a chance to show kindness, understand, and connect. Practicing empathy in the face of disrespect is a powerful Stoic lesson. It's about understanding the underlying struggles behind disrespectful behavior and responding with compassion. This approach not only preserves our inner peace but also has the potential to positively influence others. It aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what's within our control and navigating life's challenges with grace and resilience. Marcus Aurelius, another great Stoic philosopher, reminds us, "What injures the hive injures the bee." This quote underscores the interconnectedness of our actions and their impact on the broader community. By practicing empathy, we not only help others but also enrich our own lives, fostering a world where understanding and kindness prevail. Have you ever thought about how different the world would be if more people practiced empathy? How might your relationships change if you approached every interaction with the intent to understand rather than react? Empathy transforms our interactions and helps us maintain our composure in the face of disrespect. When we respond with empathy, we break the cycle of negativity and create opportunities for positive change. Reflect on a time when someone treated you disrespectfully. How did you react? Now, imagine if you had responded with empathy. How might that have changed the outcome? Empathy allows us to see the bigger picture and respond in ways that are constructive rather than destructive. It's a powerful tool for personal growth and resilience. Empathy is not a sign of weakness, but a strength that enables us to rise above petty conflicts and maintain our inner peace. It helps us stay grounded and focused on what truly matters, our actions and reactions. By practicing empathy, we contribute to a more harmonious and compassionate world, one interaction at a time. So, the next time you encounter disrespect, pause and consider the perspective of the other person. What insecurities or struggles might they be facing? How can you respond in a way that is both kind and self-respecting? By choosing empathy, you choose to be a force for good in the world, fostering understanding and connection in every interaction. Empathy is a vital Stoic practice that transforms our approach to disrespect. It helps us understand the underlying causes of disrespectful behavior and respond with kindness and understanding. This practice not only preserves our inner peace, but also has the potential to positively influence others. It aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what's within our control and navigating life's challenges with grace and resilience. Remember, in the words of Marcus Aurelius, What injures the hive injures the bee. By practicing empathy, we enrich our own lives and contribute to a world where understanding and kindness prevail. Consider how you can incorporate empathy into your daily interactions. How might this change the way you respond to disrespect? What impact could this have on your relationships and your inner peace? By embracing empathy, you choose to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience, embodying the wisdom of the Stoics in every interaction. For fostering inner peace. Feeling disrespected can be deeply unsettling, stirring up emotions that challenge our sense of self-worth. But what if you could handle disrespect with the calm and poise of a king? Drawing from the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and other Stoic philosophers, we can learn to cultivate inner tranquility even in the face of disrespect. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "This guiding principle teaches us that our inner peace is not determined by external circumstances, but by how we choose to respond to them. When someone disrespects you, it's often a reflection of their insecurities rather than a measure of your value." Stoicism teaches us to detach from these external opinions and maintain our inner calm. Imagine a situation where you face disrespect. Instead of reacting impulsively, take a deep breath and pause. This moment of mindful breathing acts as a buffer, allowing you to respond with calmness and reason rather than with anger or defensiveness. Creating this space between the event and your reaction is a powerful way to maintain control over your emotions. Reframing your perspective is another crucial Stoic practice. View disrespect not as a personal affront, but as an opportunity for growth. Embrace the Stoic principle of amor fati, which means loving whatever happens, even the difficult moments. This mindset transforms challenges into chances to strengthen your character and resilience. For instance, if someone speaks to you disrespectfully, consider it a test of your patience and composure rather than a direct insult. Gratitude can also be a transformative tool in handling disrespect. When faced with negative behavior, shift your focus to what you're thankful for in life. This change in perspective can act like a beacon in the darkness, guiding you back to a state of peace. Marcus Aurelius reminds us of the transient nature of life, stating, "Everything is ephemeral, both what remembers and what is being remembered." Understanding the impermanence of disrespect helps us to let go of its emotional hold on us, realizing that such incidents are fleeting and do not define us. Mindfulness, reframing challenges, and gratitude are all practices that lead to inner tranquility. By adopting a broader perspective, we learn to see disrespect as a minor obstacle in the grand scheme of life. Stoicism teaches that true strength lies in controlling our reactions and maintaining composure, even in adversity. The story of Seneca, who faced immense disrespect with remarkable composure, exemplifies this principle. He believed that every insult was an opportunity to strengthen his resolve and practice patience, turning challenges into stepping stones for personal growth. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, these Stoic principles offer valuable guidance. In moments of disrespect, remind yourself that your response is within your control. Practice mindfulness to stay grounded, reframe challenges to see them as growth opportunities, and cultivate gratitude to shift your focus away from negativity. By doing so, you transform disrespect into a catalyst for personal development and inner peace. Seneca once said, "If a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable." Knowing your goal, to maintain inner tranquility regardless of external circumstances, ensures that you stay on course even when faced with disrespect. By applying these Stoic teachings, you can handle life's challenges with grace and integrity, turning potential conflicts into moments of personal empowerment. Stay stoic, embrace these lessons, and watch how they bring tranquility, integrity, and grace into your life. Let's continue exploring these timeless teachings together, finding strength and serenity in the wisdom of the Stoics. Thank you for being in this video. How do you handle disrespect in your daily life? Share your thoughts or experiences below. If you're unsure what to write, just leave a comment saying, "I handle disrespect like a king." Let's support each other on this path to Stoic mastery. 5. Upholding self-esteem. Handling disrespect like a king, through the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and Stoicism, involves embracing a mindset where our self-worth is grounded in our actions and principles rather than the opinions and validation of others. Picture a situation where you're met with disrespect. The natural human reaction might be to feel hurt or angry, and a part of you may even want to retaliate. But Stoicism offers a different path, one that calls for transcending these base reactions and instead nurturing our self-respect. This philosophy ensures that we maintain our integrity and stay true to our values, irrespective of how others treat us. Marcus Aurelius, in his profound work, Meditations, highlights the essence of self-respect with the powerful reminder, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Therefore, guard accordingly, and take care that you entertain no notions unsuitable to virtue and reasonable nature. This quote urges us to align our thoughts and actions with our virtues, remaining steadfast regardless of external circumstances. When faced with disrespect, maintaining self-respect means recognizing that we cannot control others' actions towards us. Aurelius poignantly advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This Stoic principle emphasizes that our true power lies in our response to external events, not in trying to control them. Consider a scenario where someone belittles your career choices. Instead of feeling diminished, remind yourself of your motivations and the fulfillment your work brings you. Understand that their disrespect is more a reflection of their own limitations or insecurities rather than a measure of your worth. Staying true to your principles and not compromising your values for external validation is crucial in upholding self-respect. As Epictetus, another revered Stoic philosopher, asserts, "No man is free who is not master of himself." This statement underscores that true freedom and self-respect are internal and independent of others' perceptions or treatment. Part of maintaining self-respect is setting healthy boundaries. Stoics advocate for not allowing others' actions or opinions to disrupt our inner peace. Establishing boundaries helps protect our emotional well-being and maintain our self-respect. If someone constantly disrespects you, it may be necessary to distance yourself or limit interactions to preserve your dignity. When confronted with disrespect, Stoicism encourages us to respond with dignity and kindness rather than impulsiveness or revenge. This calm and respectful response demonstrates our strength of character and refusal to succumb to negativity. It's not about condoning disrespect, but choosing to rise above it, guided by our moral compass. Have you ever considered why we often let others' opinions affect our self-worth? Reflect on this question and think about how you can apply Stoic principles to your daily interactions. When someone disrespects you, ask yourself, is their opinion more important than my own values and principles? This reflection can help you detach from the need for external validation and focus on what truly matters, your integrity and self-respect. In facing disrespect, it's essential to remember that our worth is not determined by how others treat us, but by how we conduct ourselves. As you navigate through life, you will inevitably encounter disrespectful individuals. Instead of allowing their behavior to dictate your self-worth, use these moments as opportunities to practice self-control and resilience. Embrace the Stoic wisdom that teaches us to maintain our self-respect by adhering to our principles, regardless of external circumstances. Stoicism imparts the invaluable lesson that self-respect is fundamental to living a fulfilling life. By recognizing that our worth is internal and not reliant on external validation, we can face disrespect with grace and integrity. Stoicism guides us to focus on our actions, uphold our principles, and respond to disrespect with kindness and respect. Cultivating self-respect allows us to navigate life's challenges with inner tranquility and unwavering dignity. How will you choose to handle disrespect in your life? Will you allow it to shake your self-worth, or will you stand firm in your principles and rise above it like a true Stoic? 6. Finding wisdom in critique. When you're facing criticism, harsh words that cut deep and shake your confidence, How do you handle it like a king, with grace and wisdom? Let's turn to Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers, for guidance. He once wrote, "The best way to avenge yourself is to not become like that person." This profound statement reminds us that the true power lies in our ability to rise above negativity and maintain our virtue. So how can we seek wisdom in criticism, especially when it's wrapped in disrespect? Criticism is like a rough diamond, unpleasant to hold at first, but full of potential value. When you receive criticism, particularly the disrespectful kind, think of it as an unpolished gem. Your mission is to uncover the valuable insights hidden within its harsh exterior. The first step is to take a deep breath and regain your composure. Remember, you control your reaction, not the criticism itself. This calmness allows you to evaluate the criticism with a clear, rational mind. Focus on the message rather than the delivery. It's easy to get caught up in the harsh tone or rude words, but the true value lies in the content of the critique. Ask yourself, what is this criticism really telling me? Next, objectively analyze the content. Look beyond any disrespect and seek the truths that may be present. Are there any valuable lessons here? What can I learn from this? Adopting a growth mindset is crucial. See criticism not as a personal attack, but as an opportunity for self-improvement. Even the most accomplished individuals have room to grow. Filter the criticism carefully. Not all of it will be constructive or even accurate. Consider who is giving the criticism and their intentions. Does it align with your values and goals? If not, it's perfectly okay to discard it. When you find value in criticism, act on it. Use it to refine your skills, behavior, or approach. Remember, Stoicism is not just about understanding principles but applying them in real life. However, it's important to remember that not all criticism is worth your time. Stoicism teaches us to discern what's constructive from what's mere baseless negativity. Focus on what helps you grow and let go of what doesn't. Think about a time when you received harsh criticism. How did you respond? Did you allow it to upset you? Or did you find a way to extract valuable lessons from it? This practice of seeking wisdom in criticism is powerful because it transforms negative experiences into catalysts for growth. It's about separating emotion from content, analyzing the message, and using it as a stepping stone towards greater wisdom and self-improvement. As you navigate through life, you will inevitably encounter criticism. Embrace it with a Stoic mindset. Take a deep breath, focus on the message, and analyze it objectively. Adopt a growth mindset, filter the criticism, and act on the valuable insights. By doing so, you not only improve yourself but also demonstrate the strength and resilience of a true Stoic. Marcus Aurelius taught us that true power lies in our ability to maintain our virtue and wisdom, even in the face of adversity. So, stay Stoic, stay open-minded, and let every experience, including criticism, be a step towards greater wisdom and self-improvement. How can you apply these principles in your daily life? What strategies will you use to turn criticism into a tool for growth? Reflect on these questions and embrace the Stoic approach to handling criticism. By doing so, you will not only handle disrespect like a king, but also transform yourself into a wiser, stronger individual. Remember, the journey towards self-improvement is continuous, and every piece of criticism is an opportunity to learn and grow. Stay committed to your path, and let Stoicism guide you towards a more enlightened and resilient life. 7. Embracing detachment as mastery of self. Think about being a king in your own life, unshaken by the turbulence around you, navigating the waves of disrespect with the calm and collected demeanor of a true sovereign. This is not a distant fantasy, but a practical reality you can achieve by embracing the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, particularly the teachings of Marcus Aurelius. In the realm of Stoicism, we are taught a crucial lesson: the art of detachment. especially from the external cacophony of opinions and judgments. This is particularly relevant when facing disrespect. When confronted with disrespect, our primal instincts often gear us towards defense or retaliation. Yet Stoicism invites us to a higher ground, where detachment is not an act of ignorance or emotional suppression, but a conscious choice in our response mechanism. This art of detachment begins with an inward journey, anchoring our self-worth and confidence in our own being, independent of external validation. It's about aligning with our core values and principles, thus fortifying a self-respect that stands unshaken by external turbulence. Detachment also involves the realization that the perceptions and actions of others are not within our dominion. Their disrespect should not be a yardstick for our self-esteem. We learn to release the craving for acceptance, understanding that opinions are often colored by personal biases and insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius guides us, everything is ephemeral, both what remembers and what is being remembered. This perspective diminishes the weight we accord to disrespect, allowing us to focus on what genuinely enriches our lives: personal growth, meaningful connections, and our aspirations. Moreover, detachment equips us to meet disrespect with dignity and poise. Instead of succumbing to impulsive or defensive reactions, we can choose a path of calm and respectful response. This approach doesn't imply condoning disrespect. Rather, it's a testament to our unyielding character and integrity. Responding with kindness and respect, we showcase our inner fortitude, irrespective of others' actions. Stoicism enlightens us that our joy and well-being should not hinge on externalities or the viewpoints of others. Detachment liberates us from the pursuit of external validation, guiding us to find solace in our values, principles, and inner serenity. This empowers us to face life's disrespect with a stoic resolve, maintaining our composure and leading a life rich in fulfillment and resilience. Epictetus, another luminary of Stoicism, reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. By internalizing this, we build a fortress of peace within ourselves, impervious to the slings and arrows of others' disrespect. In essence, detachment is a pivotal Stoic principle in mastering the art of handling disrespect. It teaches us to sever ties with external judgments, to focus on nurturing our character, and to respond with grace and respect. By embracing this Stoic virtue, we navigate through life's storms with elegance, safeguarding our inner peace and steering towards a life of profound satisfaction and strength. Think of it as training your mind to view disrespect not as a personal affront, but as a reflection of the other person's state of mind, a mere noise in the grand symphony of your life. This perspective, though challenging to adopt initially, gradually becomes a source of immense strength and tranquility. In today's fast-paced world, where the opinions of others seem to be omnipresent thanks to social media and other platforms, this lesson of detachment is more relevant than ever. When someone disrespects you, remind yourself of the Stoic wisdom. What others think of you is none of your business. Instead, focus on what you can control: your reactions, your thoughts, and your actions. By doing so, you reclaim your power and maintain your inner peace, much like a king who remains unperturbed by the chaos of his court. The Stoic approach to handling disrespect transforms it from a source of distress into an opportunity for personal growth. It empowers you to rise above petty slights and focus on what truly matters: your inner virtues and the life you are building. By practicing detachment, you cultivate a resilience that not only shields you from the negativity of others, but also illuminates your path with clarity and purpose. So, next time you face disrespect, remember the teachings of Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, and handle it like a king, with grace, dignity, and unwavering self-respect. If you've made it this far, you're a champion of dignity and grace. Drop a comment saying, "I handle disrespect like a king," to show your dedication to mastering the art of Stoic resilience. Stay tuned. The journey to a more empowered self continues. 8. Reacting with kindness and respect. Let's dive deep into the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and explore how you can handle disrespect like a true Stoic king. Imagine standing tall, grounded in your principles, even when faced with rudeness and hostility. The Stoic approach to handling disrespect is not merely about maintaining your composure, it's about responding with a grace that diffuses tension and upholds your values. By mastering this, you not only control your reactions, but also showcase an exceptional strength of character. Consider a scenario where someone disrespects you. Your immediate impulse might be to respond with anger or defensiveness. This is a natural human reaction, but Stoicism challenges us to rise above these base emotions. Marcus Aurelius, a wise Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, teaches us to transform these reactions into something more profound. The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injustice here, he advises. Instead of mirroring the disrespect, what if you responded with calmness and empathy? Picture yourself in such a moment. How would it feel to take control of your emotions, to react not with hurt, but with kindness and respect? This shift not only prevents escalation but also highlights your emotional maturity and dedication to personal growth. When faced with disrespect, responding with kindness is a powerful way to de-escalate the situation. It's about not matching the negative energy, but demonstrating a higher level of emotional intelligence and self-control. This approach keeps the situation from spiraling out of control and shows your commitment to maintaining your peace. Marcus Aurelius's quote reminds us that true strength lies in our ability to stay composed and act with integrity, regardless of the provocation. How can you incorporate this wisdom into your daily interactions? Moreover, when you respond with respect, even if it's not returned, you hold on to your integrity. Stoicism teaches us to remain true to our principles, no matter how others behave. Your response is a testament to your self-worth, showing that it isn't dictated by others' opinions or actions. It's about setting boundaries firmly, yet respectfully, without descending into rudeness or aggression. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, beautifully puts it, "Treat your inferiors as you would be treated by your superiors." How can you embody this principle the next time you encounter disrespect? To master the art of responding with kindness and respect, consider these practical steps. First, take a deep breath before you respond. This simple act helps you gather your thoughts and avoid reacting impulsively. It's a moment to center yourself and prepare to act with intention rather than emotion. Next, try to empathize with the other person. Understanding their perspective, even if you don't agree with it, can make it easier to respond with compassion. What might be driving their disrespectful behavior? Could it be a result of their own struggles or insecurities? Choose your words carefully, aiming to express your thoughts in a calm and respectful manner. Words have power, and using them wisely can transform a confrontation into a constructive dialogue. How can your words reflect your commitment to peace and understanding? Maintain open body language. Non-verbal cues are as important as verbal ones. Open, relaxed body language signals your willingness to engage constructively and helps to keep the conversation on a positive track. Finally, if disrespect continues, set clear boundaries. Communicate assertively but respectfully. Let the other person know that while you value respectful interaction, you won't tolerate ongoing rudeness. How can you assert your boundaries without escalating the situation? Responding with kindness and respect in the face of disrespect is a core Stoic principle. It's about preserving your inner peace, demonstrating emotional maturity, and building constructive relationships. This Stoic lesson is a powerful tool for navigating the complexities of human interactions today. Remember, it's not about winning an argument, but about maintaining your serenity and character. Reflect on this. How will you apply this timeless wisdom in your life today? Think about your daily interactions and the moments when you feel disrespected. How can you respond in a way that aligns with your values and demonstrates your strength of character? I invite you to ponder these questions and share your thoughts in the comments section. Let's engage in a meaningful dialogue and support each other in our Stoic journey. Together, we can cultivate a community grounded in respect, kindness, and unwavering integrity. 9. Concentrating on your objectives. Now picture Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and a Stoic philosopher, sharing his wisdom directly with you. He once wrote in his journal, "Meditations, a timeless truth that life's brevity leaves no room for distractions or the judgments of others. Instead, he urges us to tread our own path, chasing our dreams with unwavering dedication and earnestness. When someone disrespects you, it's easy to get tangled in a web of negative emotions and lose sight of your true objectives. You might feel the urge to retaliate or seek validation from others. However, Stoicism, like a beacon in the fog, guides us to detach from these external views and stay true to our personal growth and evolution." Marcus Aurelius emphasized the discipline of perception. It's about shifting our viewpoint and understanding that disrespect often mirrors the other person's insecurities, not a verdict on our worth. By internalizing this, we can keep our cool, uphold our dignity, and remain steadfast in our pursuits. Consider this. What if you could see every slight or insult as a reflection of the other person's inner turmoil, rather than a reflection of your own value? This shift in perspective, this discipline of perception, empowers you to focus on what truly matters. Stoicism teaches us a crucial lesson. Focus on what's in your power. Our thoughts, actions, and attitudes are ours to command, not the external world or others' opinions. So, when faced with disrespect, choose kindness, respect, and dignity. Remember, your character outshines any fleeting judgment. Living in harmony with our values and principles was central to Marcus Aurelius's philosophy. By zeroing in on our goals, we prioritize our growth and the quest for virtue. External applause? It's secondary to nurturing our character. This mindset equips us to face disrespect, criticism, or setbacks without straying from our path. Moreover, keeping our eyes on the prize instills us with purpose and meaning. With a clear goal, external noise loses its power to derail us. We become resilient, steadfast, ready to leap over hurdles and stay true to our course, no matter what life throws our way. Have you ever paused to reflect on why your goals are important to you? This is a key part of living out this Stoic lesson. Regularly reflecting on your goals can keep you grounded. Why do they matter? How do they align with your values? Set aside time for introspection, journaling, or visualizing your desired future. Keep your goals close to your heart and they will keep you motivated and grounded, even in the roughest seas of disrespect. Now, let's bring this lesson to life. Picture a moment when you felt disrespected. How did you react? Did it distract you from your goals? Next time, remember the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. Focus on what you can control. Choose to respond with grace and dignity. This isn't about suppressing your feelings, but rather redirecting your energy towards what truly matters, your personal growth and your goals. When you live in accordance with this principle, you'll find that external judgments lose their sting, and your path remains clear and unwavering. Remember this: focusing on your goals is a potent Stoic teaching. It equips us to navigate through disrespect with resilience and elegance. By distancing ourselves from external judgments, refocusing on what truly counts, and committing to our personal growth, we can stay composed, respect ourselves, and keep moving forward. As you engage with this episode, embrace the Stoic wisdom, keep your goals in sight, and draw inspiration from the enduring words of Marcus Aurelius. Consider the words of Marcus Aurelius. The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury. How can you apply this in your daily life? How can focusing on your goals help you rise above the noise? Reflect on these questions and let them guide you. This is your journey, and every step you take towards your goals, every moment you choose dignity over retaliation, is a victory. Embrace the Stoic path and let it lead you to a life of purpose, resilience, and true fulfillment. 10. Handling the fleeting nature of disrespect. In the ever-changing currents of life, disrespect, much like a fleeting storm, may momentarily darken our skies, but is destined to pass. This Stoic teaching invites us to embrace a grander view, ensuring that the transient shadows of disrespect do not engulf our inner light. Marcus Aurelius, a beacon of Stoic wisdom in his Meditations, eloquently captures the fleeting essence of life's experiences. He muses, "Everything is ephemeral, both what remembers and what is being remembered." This profound insight reminds us that disrespect, akin to any external occurrence, is but a brief gust in the vast expanse of our lives. Its sting, though sharp, is not an indelible mark upon our essence or value. Grasping the fleeting nature of disrespect is pivotal in safeguarding our inner serenity and emotional resilience. When we internalize this Stoic axiom, we begin to see acts of disrespect as transient clouds, refusing to let them cast a lasting shadow over our existence. We choose not to linger on these moments, nor allow them to erode our self-esteem and confidence. In the spirit of Stoicism, recognizing the transience of disrespect empowers us to cultivate a mindset of acceptance. We acknowledge that others' perceptions and actions are beyond our realm of control, yet our reactions and emotions remain firmly in our hands. Stoicism guides us to concentrate on our sphere of influence, conserving our energy for what truly matters. Confronted with disrespect, it is crucial to detach and reflect. We remind ourselves that this moment of disregard is but a temporary ripple and lacks the power to define our journey unless we permit it. This perspective shields us from spiraling into bitterness and resentment. Moreover, perceiving the fleeting nature of disrespect enables us to respond with poise and dignity. Rather than succumbing to impulsive reactions or seeking vengeance, we opt for a measured and thoughtful approach. We recognize that engaging in conflict or pursuing retaliation only amplifies the impact of disrespect. By remaining stoic and composed, we uphold our integrity, demonstrating our refusal to be ensnared by negativity. Let us recall the words of another Stoic philosopher, Seneca, who said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present, without anxious dependence upon the future." This quote resonates deeply with our current theme, reminding us to anchor ourselves in the present, undisturbed by the fleeting disturbances of disrespect. This Stoic principle also propels us to focus on personal growth and progress. Instead of fixating on moments of disrespect, we direct our energies towards our aspirations, self-betterment, and cultivating enriching connections. In doing so, we shift our gaze from the ephemeral shadows of disrespect to the enduring light of meaningful pursuits that enhance our overall well-being and contribute to a life lived with Stoic dignity and grace. In modern life, where social media and constant connectivity often amplify disrespectful encounters, these ancient lessons are more relevant than ever. Imagine scrolling through a comment section and encountering a derogatory remark. Recognizing its fleeting nature and insignificance in the grand scheme of your life can liberate you from undue stress. By applying the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, you empower yourself to navigate such challenges with composure and clarity, focusing on your personal goals and values rather than getting caught up in transient negativity. This practice not only preserves your mental peace, but also sets a powerful example for others, showcasing the strength of a Stoic mindset and maintaining dignity and purpose amidst life's inevitable ebbs and flows. So next time you face disrespect, remember that it is just a passing cloud in the vast sky of your life, and choose to rise above it with the calm and confidence of a true Stoic king. 7 crucial lessons people often learn too late in life. Life's lessons are always profound and invaluable, often acquired through overcoming numerous challenges. These lessons don't present themselves early, so it's crucial to remember that opportunities are fleeting. It's only in hindsight that their significance becomes clear. Instead of waiting, now is the perfect moment to embrace these 7 vital life lessons. Lesson 1. To do what you love, you must work 3 times harder than others. Many people spend their lives doing what they are advised to do by parents, friends, or society, rather than following their passions. Pursuing what you love is a privilege, not a given. If you truly want to do what you love, start now. Don't wait for the perfect conditions. Act on your passions before the fire within you fades. 2. Behind anger is always fear. Fear is often the hidden path to darkness. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate ultimately leads to suffering. When we find ourselves suffering, particularly over an extended period, our initial reaction is to attribute this suffering to external factors that we dislike or find oppressive. We believe these external forces are the root cause of our pain. However, if we take a moment to closely observe and reflect on our emotions, we will uncover a deeper layer of understanding. Beneath that seething hatred lies anger. Anger that has been simmering and suppressed for far too long. But the story does not end there. If we dig even deeper, we will discover that behind this anger and hatred, there is always fear. Fear is the root of it all. It's the fear of losing something valuable, the fear of getting hurt, and the fear of being abandoned or left behind. These fears are the true sources of our anger and hatred. Understanding and accepting this fear is crucial. When we acknowledge and confront our fears, we can begin to dissolve the anger and hatred that they generate. This acceptance can bring a shadow of happiness and compassion into our lives. It allows us to see beyond the pain and suffering and find a path forward, one step at a time. 3. Daily habits shape our future selves. The actions and choices we make today play a significant role in determining who we become tomorrow. Our daily habits, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, accumulate over time and shape our future selves. When we repeat an action consistently over a week, we might notice a slight difference. But when we continue this repetition over a year, 2 years, or even 5 years, the transformation can be profound. We might look back and realize that we have become someone entirely different from who we were when we started. This process of change underscores the importance of habits. Never underestimate the power of even the smallest habit. Positive habits, no matter how trivial they seem, can lead to personal growth and improvement. Conversely, negative habits can hinder our progress and lead us down a path we might regret. Our habits, whether good or bad, are the building blocks of our future selves. They define who we will become. 4. Your emotions can be trained. When we think about training, we typically associate it with developing specific skills, such as learning to play a musical instrument, improving in a sport, or mastering a new language. However, what we often overlook is that our emotions can also be trained and developed through consistent practice. Just as we practice physical or intellectual skills, we can practice emotional skills. We can train ourselves to be more humble, more forgiving, more self-aware, and even more humorous. Emotions are not fixed traits that we are born with. They are dynamic and can be shaped through conscious effort and practice. Emotionally, we are a reflection of the practices we engage in, whether we do so consciously or unconsciously. Our emotional responses are not predetermined. They are the result of repeated patterns of thought and behavior. If we find ourselves frequently feeling sad or angry, it may be because we have unintentionally practiced these emotions more than others. By becoming aware of this, we can take control of our emotional training. We can choose to practice gratitude, kindness, and resilience. Over time, these positive emotional habits will become ingrained in us, leading to a more balanced and fulfilling emotional life. 5. Everyone has their own work to do. The saying, "Everyone has their own work to do," might sound old-fashioned or even negative, but it holds a profound truth. At the end of the day, each of us must dedicate time to our own responsibilities and needs. While there are certainly people you can rely on, The best way to find peace and comfort is to understand that everyone has their own tasks and goals to attend to. You can't control others, nor can you expect them to prioritize your needs over their own. Instead, focus on supporting and helping others achieve their aspirations, just as you seek their assistance in reaching your dreams. By doing so, you foster positive and mutually beneficial relationships, where everyone feels valued and supported. 6. The process satisfies more than the achievement. Setting goals and striving for achievements with the support of others is important. However, sacrificing your own happiness or the well-being of those around you for the sake of these goals can be detrimental. The joy of the journey often surpasses the satisfaction of the final achievement. Consider this: a beautiful, gentle melody is far more satisfying than a sudden dramatic climax. If you can't find joy in the process and appreciate the moments shared with those around you, then the end goal loses its meaning. Embrace the journey, relish the experiences, and cherish the people who accompany you along the way. 7. Work hard, but always with a smile. There's a common misconception that smiling while working means you're not taking the task seriously. In reality, the best ideas often come when you're happy and relaxed. Laughter connects people, and maintaining a positive attitude while working opens the door to creativity and innovation. Some people never learn this lesson, becoming grumpy and rigid. But life should be filled with joy. When you're happy, your soul feels lighter, and you can accomplish more than you ever imagined. So approach your work with diligence and dedication, but don't forget to smile. A joyful attitude not only enhances your productivity, but also makes the journey more enjoyable for everyone around you. As we come to the end of our journey today, let's take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and the principles of Stoicism that can guide us in handling disrespect like a king. Remember, facing disrespect is not just about enduring it, but transforming it into a catalyst for personal growth and serenity. Marcus Aurelius taught us that our response to external events is where our true power lies. By choosing to respond with grace, wisdom, and equanimity, we not only uphold our dignity, but also pave the way for inner peace and strength. As you go about your day, I challenge you to look at moments of disrespect through the lens of Stoicism. Ask yourself, how can I turn this situation into an opportunity to practice virtue? How can I respond in a way that reflects my true character and principles? By doing so, you are not only handling the situation with poise, but also reinforcing your own Stoic journey. I encourage you to share your experiences and thoughts in the comments below. How have you applied these Stoic principles in your life? What challenges have you faced, and how have you overcome them? Your insights are invaluable and can serve as a beacon of inspiration for others on their path. Together, we can create a supportive community where we learn from each other and grow stronger in our practice of Stoicism. Every interaction and every challenge we face is an opportunity to practice virtue and resilience. Let's continue to grow together, embracing the Stoic path for a more fulfilling and harmonious life. By applying these principles, we can navigate the complexities of modern life with a serene mind and a resilient spirit. Thank you for watching, and if you found this video helpful, please take a moment to like, share, and subscribe to Stoic in Your Life. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you won't miss our upcoming videos, where we delve deeper into the wisdom of the ancients and how it can be applied in our contemporary lives. Your support helps us reach more people and spread the invaluable lessons of Stoicism. Let's continue this journey together, growing stronger and wiser with each step. Until next time, stay serene, stay strong, and remember, you have the power within you to handle anything with the grace of a Stoic king. You will regret not watching this video, 8 Stoic lessons people learn too late in life. Stoicism. There's an enlightening tale about a sage who was once asked, "How did you become so wise?" His response was as simple as it was profound. "I learned from fools. I observed their choices and steered clear of the pitfalls they fell into. So what's the biggest life lesson you've learned from observing others? Ever wondered how to fast-track your life's wisdom by decades? What if you could leap ahead of the crowd, not by cutting corners, but by deeply observing life? Imagine shaving 20 or 30 years off your learning curve, catapulting yourself into the top 1% of life's students. Yes, life is a treasure trove of lessons waiting to be unearthed. The moment you think you've arrived, that you know it all, is the very moment your growth grinds to a halt. Are you willing to be a lifelong student? Or will you fall into the trap of thinking you've learned it all? Share your thoughts in the comments below and let's build a community that learns together. Lesson 1. Happiness is a personal choice. In today's fast-paced world, many men fall into the trap of believing that external factors such as relationships, wealth, or physical pleasures are the ultimate sources of happiness. This mindset is a common pitfall, particularly in relationships where relying on someone else for your happiness often leads to disappointment. Consider the weather as an analogy. On a rainy day, one person might find joy in the soothing sound of raindrops, while another might grumble and feel miserable. What sets them apart is their mindset. The philosophy of Stoicism teaches us that true happiness comes from within, and that we have control over our emotions. By not allowing external circumstances to dictate our happiness, we can find a profound sense of inner peace. A practical way to develop this inner joy is by reducing our dependence on social media, which often breeds envy and dissatisfaction. Happiness is a personal responsibility and a choice that must be made daily, regardless of what happens around us. By mastering our emotions and focusing on inner joy, we not only enhance our own lives, but also become sources of strength and positivity for others. Imagine moving through life's ups and downs with a calm and composed mind, unaffected by external turmoil. This is the power of choosing happiness for yourself. It's important to realize that this journey towards happiness is not just for your benefit, but also for those around you. By becoming a beacon of positivity, you can inspire and uplift others in a world that often feels overwhelming. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." So, are you ready to take control of your happiness? Remember, the path to a fulfilling life begins with a single, empowering decision. Make that choice today and start your journey towards a happier and more meaningful life. Lesson 2. Everything is temporary. Life often feels like a relentless emotional roller coaster. One moment, we're on a high, convinced that our joy will last forever, and the next, we're plunged into despair, feeling trapped in a never-ending cycle of sorrow. This constant oscillation between extremes can cloud our judgment and disturb our inner peace. But what if we could find a way to navigate this tumultuous landscape with calm and clarity? Stoicism, an ancient philosophy with timeless relevance, offers us a powerful tool: equanimity. Equanimity is about maintaining a steady mind amid life's fluctuations. It teaches us to approach each moment with a balanced perspective, neither overly attached to joy nor crushed by sorrow. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, wisely said, "Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs." This profound statement encapsulates the Stoic lesson that everything in life is temporary. Consider the euphoria of a significant achievement or a moment of happiness. In those times, remind yourself, this too shall pass. Similarly, when faced with hardship or sadness, hold on to the knowledge that this too is but a transient phase. This mindset fosters emotional resilience, enabling you to face life's inevitable ups and downs with a calm and reasoned approach. By internalizing the impermanence of all things, you liberate yourself from the extremes of emotion that can lead to hasty decisions and turmoil. Embracing the transient nature of life's experiences helps you appreciate the good times without clinging to them and confront challenges with courage without being overwhelmed. This understanding is key to unlocking a life of fulfillment and grace, for it equips you to navigate life's vicissitudes with poise and dignity. Imagine you're a young professional who has just landed your dream job. The excitement and satisfaction are palpable, and it's easy to believe that this feeling will last forever. But as time goes on, challenges and stressors inevitably arise, and the initial euphoria begins to fade. If you cling to the expectation that happiness should be constant, you might find yourself disillusioned and frustrated. However, if you adopt the Stoic perspective that this joy, like everything else, is temporary, you're better prepared to face the highs and lows of your career with a balanced mindset. Or think about a personal loss. The pain can be overwhelming, making it seem like the sadness will never end. Yet, by accepting that this sorrow is also temporary, you can begin to find moments of peace and healing. This doesn't mean suppressing your emotions, but understanding their transient nature and responding to them with a balanced and thoughtful mind. So, the next time life presents you with an unexpected challenge or a moment of joy, pause and reflect. Will you allow yourself to be carried away by the current of fleeting emotions? Or will you stand firm, anchored in the Stoic wisdom that recognizes the temporary nature of all things? The choice is yours, and it is this choice that shapes your path through life, guiding you toward making wiser decisions, forging stronger connections with others, and moving through the world with a serene and resilient spirit. Mastering your emotions doesn't mean suppressing them, but understanding their transient nature and responding to them thoughtfully. This is the essence of a fulfilling life, one that is navigated not by the whims of circumstance, but by the steady light of wisdom. Imagine a close friend confides in you about a breakup. They are devastated, convinced that the pain will never fade. By sharing the Stoic lesson of impermanence, you can help them see that while the hurt is intense now, it will gradually lessen over time. This perspective can provide comfort and hope, helping them to navigate their emotions with greater resilience. Another example might be dealing with financial stress. Perhaps you've faced a significant setback and it feels like your world is crumbling. Remembering that this too is temporary can help you stay grounded, allowing you to think more clearly and make better decisions moving forward. Consider a parent watching their child grow. The early years are filled with joy and wonder, but also challenges and sleepless nights. Understanding that these moments are fleeting can help you savor the good times and endure the tough ones with a sense of perspective and gratitude. In moments of triumph or despair, ask yourself, how can this experience, fleeting as it may be, teach me something valuable? What lesson can I take from this to grow stronger and wiser? By viewing each experience as a temporary phase, you empower yourself to live a more balanced and fulfilling life. Remember, life is a series of moments, each one passing into the next. By embracing the transient nature of all things, you free yourself from the tyranny of extremes and find peace in the present. This is the path to true equanimity and wisdom. So, when life presents its inevitable highs and lows, greet them with the knowledge that they too are temporary, and let this understanding guide you toward a life of serenity and grace. Lesson 3. Life isn't fair. Imagine you're sitting in a quiet room reflecting on your life's journey. Suddenly, you realize that despite your hard work and good intentions, life hasn't always been fair. You've seen others get ahead with seemingly little effort while you've faced obstacle after obstacle. It's frustrating, isn't it? But let me share a powerful lesson with you. Life isn't fair, and that's okay. This might sound harsh, but it's a truth that can set you free and empower you. You see, we all start with different decks of cards. Some people are born into wealth while others face poverty. Some enjoy good health, while others battle chronic illness. The Stoics, ancient philosophers who endured hardships most of us can't imagine, teach us that the cards we're dealt aren't what define us. What matters is how we play our hand. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way, said Marcus Aurelius. These words remind us that our obstacles can become our path to growth if we choose to see them as opportunities rather than setbacks. When life seems unfair, it's easy to fall into the trap of self-pity. You might find yourself asking, "Why me?" or complaining about your circumstances. But here's the thing. Complaining doesn't change anything. It only drains your energy and keeps you stuck. Instead, what if you could channel that frustration into action? What if you could transform your challenges into stepping stones toward a better life? Epictetus, another great Stoic philosopher, believed that we have control over our reactions, if not our circumstances. "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters," he said. Picture this. You've always dreamed of a successful career, but every time you get close, something goes wrong. You could blame your bad luck or unfair bosses, or you could take a step back and ask yourself, "What can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to improve?" This mindset shift is the essence of Stoic resilience. It's about focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you can't. Now think about those challenges you're avoiding, the ones that seem too daunting or uncomfortable to face. Maybe it's a difficult conversation you've been putting off, a project that seems too big, or a personal goal that feels out of reach. The life you dream of often lies on the other side of these challenges. It's like that old saying, "If you seek happiness, start with discomfort." Happiness and success aren't found in avoiding difficulties, but in confronting and overcoming them. Imagine if you approached life with this mindset. Instead of seeing obstacles as unfair, you saw them as necessary trials that shape your character and build your strength. You would stop waiting for perfect conditions or easier circumstances. You would start taking action, no matter how small, towards your goals. Don't explain your philosophy. Embody it, said Epictetus. This means living your values every day, even when it's tough. So how do you start? Begin by identifying one challenge you're avoiding. It could be anything: a conversation, a decision, a task. Acknowledge the fear or discomfort it brings. Then, take a small step toward facing it. This could mean preparing for that conversation, breaking the task into manageable parts, or setting a tiny goal to work toward. Each step, no matter how small, builds your confidence and resilience. As you progress, you'll realize something profound. Life's unfairness isn't a hindrance but a training ground. It's where you develop the grit and determination to succeed. By facing your challenges head-on, you become a more resilient and resourceful individual. You stop grumbling and start doing. You take responsibility for your life and craft it into something extraordinary, regardless of the cards you've been dealt. Remember, every successful person you admire has faced unfairness and challenges. They've been knocked down and had to get back up. They've learned to see their obstacles not as insurmountable walls, but as hurdles to overcome. And you can do the same. The greater the difficulty, the more glory in surmounting it, said Epicurus. So, next time you feel that life isn't fair, take a deep breath and remind yourself, this is your training ground. This is where you grow stronger. This is where you prove to yourself that you are capable of more than you ever imagined. Embrace the discomfort, take action, and watch as you transform your life, one challenge at a time. What challenge will you face today, and how will you use it to become the person you were meant to be? Lesson 4. The opinion of others doesn't matter. Let's confront a truth that many are hesitant to acknowledge. The opinion of others is irrelevant. All those judgments, the societal pressures, and the incessant noise, none of it holds any real significance. It's a toxic fog that distorts our vision and prevents us from truly understanding who we are. Caring about what others think is one of the most pervasive traps we can fall into. It's time to wake up and liberate ourselves from this societal prison. From a young age, we're conditioned to seek approval from others. We're taught to fit in, conform, and live up to expectations that aren't our own. We measure our worth against the yardstick of other people's opinions. But here's the stark reality. What others think of you is inconsequential. It doesn't define you, it doesn't shape your destiny, and it certainly doesn't determine your happiness. I used to be a people pleaser, deeply concerned about others' opinions. I wanted to be liked, accepted, and admired. I contorted myself into different shapes to meet everyone's expectations, wore masks, played roles, and silenced my true voice just to fit in. It was exhausting, like living in a self-imposed prison. I recall a particular instance when I had the chance to take a huge risk and pursue a passion that genuinely excited me. But I didn't. Why? Because I was terrified of what people would say. I thought, what if they think I'm crazy? What if I fail and they laugh at me? That fear of judgment held me back, causing me to miss out on an incredible opportunity simply because I cared too much about other people's opinions. It took me a long time to realize that the only opinion that truly matters is my own. The moment I stopped giving a damn about what others thought, my life transformed. I began making decisions based on what I wanted and what felt right for me. The freedom that came with that was indescribable. Think about it. People will judge you no matter what you do. You can live the most conventional, predictable life, and they'll still find something to criticize. You can chase your wildest dreams, and they'll say you're unrealistic or foolish. The opinions of others are like background noise, irrelevant distractions that shouldn't dictate your path. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus wisely said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is a powerful reminder that our reactions and perspectives are within our control, not the opinions of others. Marcus Aurelius, another great Stoic, advised, "The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do." These timeless pieces of wisdom emphasize the importance of focusing on our own actions and attitudes, rather than the judgments of others. In today's world, where social media amplifies the opinions and judgments of others, it's even more crucial to cultivate this Stoic mindset. We must remember that the validation we seek externally can only be truly fulfilled internally. When we detach ourselves from the need for external approval, we find a profound sense of freedom and authenticity. This shift in perspective allows us to live more genuinely, pursuing what truly matters to us without the burden of societal expectations. Consider the story of Steve Jobs, who once said, "Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life." Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Jobs' refusal to conform to others' expectations allowed him to innovate and create in ways that changed the world. His success was not defined by others' opinions, but by his commitment to his vision and authenticity. In your journey, remember that seeking approval from others is a futile endeavor. The opinions of others will always be there, but they do not have to influence your choices or happiness. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and focus on what you can control: your actions, your reactions, and your mindset. By doing so, you liberate yourself from the shackles of external validation and step into a life of true freedom and self-determination. The road to self-fulfillment is paved with the courage to disregard the noise and follow your own path, guided by your inner compass. Lesson 5. Control is an illusion. Let me share a truth that might shake your foundations. Control is an illusion. That's right. The comforting belief that we can control everything in our lives is nothing more than a fairy tale we tell ourselves to feel safe. The reality is that control is a mirage, and the sooner you accept this, the sooner you'll find true freedom and peace. We're often taught that with enough hard work, careful planning, and discipline, we can shape our destinies. But here's the raw, controversial truth. Life is unpredictable. No matter how much you plan or how hard you try, you can't control everything. The more you attempt to exert control, the more you set yourself up for disappointment and stress. I used to be a control freak. I had my life planned down to the minute, with backup plans for my backup plans. I believed that controlling every aspect of my life would help me avoid failure, pain, and uncertainty. But life had other plans. My carefully constructed world came crashing down when I lost my job unexpectedly, and a close relationship fell apart. No amount of planning or control could have prevented that. Consider this. We obsess over controlling our careers, relationships, health, and even our emotions. We live under the illusion that perfect management can shield us from life's chaos and uncertainty. But here's the brutal truth. The universe doesn't care about your plans. It has its own agenda and will throw you curveballs without warning. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that while we can't control the external world, we can control our reactions to it. They knew that the more we try to grasp control, the more we suffer. It's like trying to hold water in your hands. The tighter you squeeze, the more it slips away. I had a wake-up call a few years ago. At the peak of my career, feeling invincible, I had everything planned out: my career trajectory, personal life, and financial goals. Then, out of nowhere, I faced a serious health scare. All my meticulous plans and sense of control meant nothing in the face of that reality. It was then I realized that control was just an illusion I clung to for comfort. Think about your own life. How often have you planned something meticulously, only for it to go awry due to unforeseen circumstances? Perhaps you've experienced a sudden job loss, a relationship breakdown, or an unexpected health issue. How did it make you feel? Chances are, it left you feeling vulnerable and stressed, desperately trying to regain a sense of control. But what if you could let go of the need to control everything and instead focus on how you respond to life's challenges? A friend of mine once shared a powerful story. He had a thriving business and a clear 5-year plan. He was confident and in control until an economic downturn hit. His business suffered, and he found himself facing bankruptcy. Initially, he was devastated, but then he remembered the Stoic principle that while we can't control external events, we can control our reactions. Instead of dwelling on his misfortune, he adapted. He downsized, pivoted his business model, and eventually rebuilt stronger than before. This experience taught him the value of focusing on his responses rather than attempting to control the uncontrollable. Reflect on this. How much time and energy do you spend trying to control outcomes? What could you achieve if you redirected that energy towards managing your responses and actions? The Stoics believed that true freedom comes from understanding what we can control and what we cannot. By accepting that control is an illusion, you free yourself from unnecessary stress and anxiety. You become more resilient, adaptable, and open to life's possibilities. So, the next time life throws you a curveball, remember this lesson. Instead of trying to control the uncontrollable, focus on your response. Embrace the uncertainty and chaos as opportunities for growth and learning. Ask yourself, how can I adapt to this situation, and what can I learn from this experience? This shift in perspective can transform your life, leading to greater peace and resilience. In summary, accepting that control is an illusion can be liberating. It allows you to focus on what truly matters, your reactions and actions. By letting go of the need to control everything, you open yourself to the freedom and peace that comes from living in harmony with life's unpredictable nature. So, what will you choose? Will you continue to cling to the illusion of control, or will you embrace the Stoic wisdom and find true freedom? The choice is yours. Lesson 6. Desire is a poison. All right, let's get real and raw for a moment. Desire is a poison. Yes, you heard me right. It's not your motivator, nor is it your beacon to success. It's a toxic force that seeps into your soul, trapping you in a perpetual cycle of wanting more. Think about it. We live in a society that incessantly pushes us to crave more. More money, more success, more possessions. We're constantly bombarded by a culture steeped in consumerism and comparison. Yet, the harsh truth is, the more you desire, the more miserable you become. Desire gnaws away at your contentment and locks you in a state of perpetual dissatisfaction. I've been down that road myself. There was a time when I genuinely believed that the next promotion, the fancy car, or the bigger house would bring me happiness. I chased after every glittering lure that society dangled before me. And you know what? Each time I achieved what I desired, the joy was fleeting. The thrill was temporary. Soon enough, I found myself yearning for more, needing more, craving more. Look around you. We're bombarded with ads and social media posts that glorify excess and luxury, persuading us that happiness lies just beyond our reach in the next purchase, the next achievement, the next fulfilled desire. It's a vicious cycle, an unending chase that leaves us exhausted and hollow. Desire is not your friend. It's a poison that whispers in your ear that you're not enough as you are, that your life isn't complete without that next thing. It convinces you that happiness is always out there, just beyond your grasp. But the real truth is, the more you desire, the more you suffer. I once knew a man who seemingly had it all: a high-paying job, a beautiful house, the latest gadgets. But he was always chasing the next big thing, always wanting more. He worked himself to the brink, neglected his family, and eventually he burned out. All that desire, all that striving left him empty and broken. He had everything he thought he wanted, and yet he had nothing at all. The Stoics understood this. They taught that desire is a trap, a poison that blinds you to the beauty of the present moment and the abundance already in your life. They knew that true happiness doesn't come from fulfilling every desire, but from letting go of them. As Seneca wisely said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Take a moment to reflect on your own life. How often have you thought, "I'll be happy when I get this or that"? How often have you postponed your happiness to some future point contingent on fulfilling a desire? Why do we let these desires dictate our happiness? Imagine a life where you are content with what you have, where you find joy in the present moment, where you are not constantly yearning for more. This isn't just a philosophical ideal. It's a practical path to peace and happiness. Epictetus taught us, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." Can you see how liberating it would be to free yourself from the chains of desire, to stop the endless chase and start living with gratitude for what you already have? Think about the times when you felt truly happy. Was it because you finally got something you wanted? Or was it because you were fully present in the moment, appreciating the simple pleasures of life? Happiness isn't found in the relentless pursuit of more. It's found in the quiet moments of contentment, in the realization that you are enough, just as you are. So how do we break free from the grip of desire? How do we detoxify our minds from this poison? The answer lies in shifting our focus from what we lack to what we have, from what we want to who we are. It's about cultivating a mindset of gratitude, practicing mindfulness, and embracing simplicity. Start by acknowledging the abundance in your life right now. Reflect on the things you often take for granted: your health, your relationships, your experiences. Practice gratitude daily and notice how it transforms your perspective. When a desire arises, pause and question it. Ask yourself, do I really need this to be happy? More often than not, you'll find that the answer is no. Engage with life fully, savoring each moment without letting the yearning for more overshadow your present joy. In the end, remember this: desire is a poison that corrodes your peace and keeps you chasing illusions. But you have the power to break free. You have the power to choose contentment, to embrace the present, and to find true happiness not in the pursuit of more, but in the appreciation of what already is. So, what will you choose today? Will you continue the endless chase? Or will you step off the treadmill and embrace the beauty of now? The choice is yours, and it's one that will shape your entire life. Lesson 7. Your mind is your greatest ally and adversary. Understanding the power of your mindset is one of life's most crucial lessons. You are the architect of your life's outcomes, and shifting the blame to others for your failures or shortcomings only hinders your growth. In almost every scenario, it is your thoughts that determine whether you succeed or fail. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By embracing this wisdom, you acknowledge the immense power you hold over your destiny. Training your mind to be your greatest supporter is a lifelong endeavor. Your mind is always with you, shaping your perceptions, decisions, and actions. Imagine if every time you looked in the mirror, your reflection radiated self-endorsement. This is a hallmark of successful individuals. They cultivate a mindset that supports their goals and values. Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Life is fleeting, and it's essential to cherish it daily, striving to fill it with meaningful achievements and personal growth. Consider the story of Epictetus, who began life as a slave and rose to become one of the most respected philosophers of his time. His journey illustrates that the mind can overcome even the most challenging circumstances. Epictetus taught that it is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of those events. By controlling our responses, we gain the power to navigate life's adversities with resilience and wisdom. This philosophy is profoundly relevant in modern life, where external pressures and distractions are abundant. Your mind, when properly trained, can become a fortress of strength and clarity amidst the chaos. In today's fast-paced world, where instant gratification often overshadows long-term fulfillment, it's vital to remember that life is a precious gift. Embrace the mindset of a lifelong student, always eager to learn and grow. By applying these invaluable lessons early, you set yourself up for a life rich in purpose and achievement. As the ancient Stoics understood, the journey of self-improvement is continuous and ever-evolving. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to strengthen your mind and spirit. Relating this to modern life, consider the daily barrage of information and stimuli that can easily overwhelm and distract us. In such an environment, having a disciplined mind is not just beneficial, but necessary. Practicing mindfulness, setting clear goals, and maintaining a positive outlook can significantly enhance your quality of life. As Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be." Your decisions, shaped by your mindset, define your destiny. In the context of your personal and professional life, your mindset influences your relationships, career trajectory, and overall happiness. Cultivating a growth mindset, as described by psychologist Carol Dweck, means viewing challenges as opportunities for development rather than threats. This perspective shift can transform how you approach problems, making you more resilient and adaptable. Moreover, surrounding yourself with supportive and like-minded individuals can further reinforce your positive mindset. Remember, the mind is both your greatest ally and adversary. It can either propel you toward success or hinder your progress with self-doubt and negativity. By nurturing a strong, positive mindset, you align yourself with the principles of Stoicism, fostering inner peace and external success. As you navigate life's journey, let the wisdom of the Stoics guide you, reminding you that true power lies within your thoughts and perceptions. In conclusion, embrace the lessons of Stoicism to train your mind as your greatest ally. Life is a series of moments, each offering a chance to choose positivity, growth, and wisdom. As you continue to learn and apply these timeless principles, you will find that your mind becomes a powerful tool, helping you to navigate life's complexities with grace and determination. Thus, by mastering your mindset, you truly master your life. Lesson 8. Embracing risks in life. Life is a series of opportunities disguised as risks, and the biggest gamble you can take is to not take any risks at all. Look around you, and you'll see that the most successful people didn't achieve their status by playing it safe. They took bold actions to reach where they are now. Think about it. Everything worthwhile usually involves some level of risk. Consider the scenario of being attracted to someone. If you want to capture their interest, you need to muster the courage to start a conversation. This might seem daunting, particularly for many individuals who find themselves paralyzed by fear when such a moment presents itself. But here's the catch. Whether it's stepping up to express your feelings to a potential partner, or leaving the security of your current job for a more promising career opportunity, most things worth having come with a degree of uncertainty. John had a stable job at a reputable firm, a job that paid the bills but didn't ignite his passion. Every day felt like a repeat of the last, and deep down, he knew he was capable of more. One day, after much contemplation, John decided to take a leap of faith. He quit his job and ventured into entrepreneurship, a field he was genuinely passionate about. The initial days were tough: sleepless nights, financial instability, and constant self-doubt. But John persevered. Today, he runs a successful business, and he often reflects on how taking that risk transformed his life. Now let's talk about the broader implications of risk-taking. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to always be at the right place at the right time? It's not luck. It's the willingness to embrace uncertainty. When you avoid taking risks, you also avoid the possibility of failure. But here's a thought. Failure is not the opposite of success. It's a part of success. Every failure teaches you something valuable, something you wouldn't have learned if you hadn't dared to try. Think about the stories of famous inventors and entrepreneurs: Thomas Edison, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. Their paths were fraught with risks and failures, yet they persisted. Edison failed thousands of times before perfecting the light bulb. Jobs was ousted from his own company before returning to make it one of the most valuable brands in the world. Musk has faced numerous setbacks with SpaceX and Tesla, but his willingness to take risks has revolutionized industries. These individuals didn't see failure as a stopping point, but as a stepping stone. Imagine living a life where you never took a chance. How would that feel? Would you be content knowing that you let fear dictate your choices? It's a sobering thought. The reality is, taking risks is essential for growth. It's what pushes you out of your comfort zone and helps you discover your true potential. When you embrace risk, you open yourself up to new experiences, new people, and new opportunities that you wouldn't have encountered otherwise. Let's bring this back to you. What risks have you been avoiding? Is there a passion you've been sidelining because it seems too risky? Is there a person you've been wanting to connect with but fear rejection? Is there a career move you've been contemplating but are afraid of the unknown? Reflect on these questions. The Stoics teach us that we cannot control the outcomes, but we can control our actions. Seneca once said, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult." By daring to take risks, you empower yourself to face challenges head-on and grow stronger through the experience. In modern life, we often get caught up in the illusion of security. We stick to routines, stay in jobs we don't love, and avoid taking chances, all in the name of safety. But true security lies in our ability to adapt and grow. When you take risks, you develop resilience and confidence. You prove to yourself that you can handle whatever comes your way. Let's not forget the importance of balance. Taking risks doesn't mean being reckless. It means making calculated decisions and being prepared for different outcomes. It's about understanding the difference between a leap of faith and a fool's errand. The key is to weigh the potential rewards against the risks and to move forward with courage and wisdom. As we conclude, ask yourself this: are you living a life of quiet desperation, or are you embracing the uncertainty and potential that life offers? The choice is yours. The Stoic lesson here is clear: take the risk and truly live. You might stumble, you might fall, but each step will take you closer to a life of purpose and fulfillment. Remember, the greatest risk is not taking one at all. So, dare to dream, dare to act, and dare to live fully. What risks will you take today to shape your tomorrow? By reflecting on these points, you'll find that embracing risks can lead to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. Don't let fear hold you back from the possibilities that lie ahead. Take that first step and you'll be surprised at how far you can go. Stoic rules to conquer the day. To become a disciplined person and achieve a fulfilling life is not an easy task. You must patiently practice numerous principles with a relaxed and open mindset. Here are 9 principles of Stoicism to help you become happier. Principle first: stop worrying about what you cannot control. There is only one way to happiness, and that is to cease worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will. Epictetus. Stoicism is founded on the principle that while we cannot dictate the events that unfold around us, we hold the power over our reactions to these events. This philosophy highlights the importance of distinguishing between what is within our control and what is not. By acknowledging that some things are completely beyond our influence, while others are partially within our grasp, and some entirely under our control, we can achieve a sense of tranquility. The pathway to inner peace lies in this acceptance and in focusing our energy on areas where we can make a difference. To put it plainly, what exactly falls outside our control? The external world, natural occurrences, other people's actions, genetic predispositions, and past events are all beyond our influence. Worrying about these factors is not only futile, but also detrimental to our well-being. Imagine a sailor in a storm who cannot control the wind and waves, but can adjust the sails. Attempting to control the uncontrollable elements of life leads to unnecessary stress and frustration. Our sorrows often stem from trying to manipulate these unchangeable factors, resulting in a cycle of disappointment and unhappiness. The first step towards a more content life is to accept this fundamental truth. We cannot control everything. This acceptance frees us from the burden of constant worry about external forces and allows us to direct our attention and efforts towards what we can influence. Marcus Aurelius, another great Stoic philosopher, once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This quote emphasizes the core of Stoic teaching. Our mind and its reactions are our true realm of control. By focusing on our thoughts, attitudes, and actions, we reclaim our power and navigate life with greater resilience. In modern life, this principle is particularly relevant. The rapid pace of change, the constant influx of information, and the unpredictable nature of global events can easily overwhelm us. However, by practicing Stoicism, we learn to center ourselves and respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Consider a professional scenario where unexpected changes occur frequently. Instead of stressing over these changes, which are often beyond your control, concentrate on your response. Adaptability, a calm demeanor, and proactive problem-solving are within your control and can turn potential setbacks into opportunities for growth. Similarly, in personal relationships, trying to change others or worrying about their actions leads to frustration. Instead, focus on your behavior, communication, and the boundaries you set. This shift in perspective not only improves your mental health, but also enhances your interactions with others. In essence, Stoicism teaches us to live in harmony with the nature of things, acknowledging that while we cannot control the wind, we can adjust our sails to navigate life's challenges. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, aptly said, "Fate leads the willing and drags along the reluctant." Embracing this wisdom allows us to face life's uncertainties with courage and grace. We become less reactive and more deliberate in our actions, leading to a more fulfilling and balanced life. To apply this principle effectively, start by identifying the areas of your life where you are trying to control the uncontrollable. Reflect on the stressors and ask yourself if they fall within your sphere of influence. If not, consciously let go of the need to manage these aspects and redirect your focus to what you can change. This practice not only reduces anxiety, but also enhances your overall effectiveness and well-being. Remember, the key to conquering your day lies not in the external events, but in mastering your internal responses. By embracing the Stoic wisdom of focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot, we pave the way for a more serene and empowered life. As you navigate through your day, keep the words of Epictetus in mind. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This mindset is the cornerstone of a resilient and fulfilling life. Principle second, focus on what you can control. Life is full of events and circumstances beyond our control. We can't dictate the actions of others, the unfolding of global events, or the twists and turns of fate. But what we can control, as the Stoic philosopher Epictetus wisely noted, are our opinions, pursuits, desires, aversions, and ultimately, our own actions. These are the elements firmly within our grasp. Conversely, our bodies, properties, reputations, and the commands of others lie outside our domain of control. This distinction between what is within our control and what is not is foundational in Stoic philosophy and is crucial for living a fulfilling life. Imagine you are caught in a traffic jam, late for an important meeting. You can't control the traffic, the clock, or even the reaction of those waiting for you. But you can control your response. Instead of succumbing to frustration and anger, you can choose to remain calm and composed, perhaps using the time to reflect, listen to an enlightening podcast, or plan your next steps. This shift in perspective transforms a potentially stressful situation into an opportunity for growth and self-improvement. Epictetus, in his Enchiridion, eloquently states, "Some things are in our control and others not. Things in our control are opinion, pursuit, desire, aversion, and, in a word, whatever are our own actions. Things not in our control are body, property, reputation, command, and, in one word, whatever are not our own actions." This powerful insight encourages us to focus our energy on our thoughts and actions. By doing so, we free ourselves from the anxiety and frustration that often accompany our attempts to control the uncontrollable. Consider a modern-day scenario. You're working on a team project, and a colleague consistently fails to meet deadlines. You can't control their behavior, but you can control how you address the situation. Instead of harboring resentment or stress, you could communicate your concerns constructively, seek solutions collaboratively, or adjust your own approach to ensure the project's success. This approach not only enhances your peace of mind, but also fosters a more productive and harmonious working environment. In Stoicism, the practice of distinguishing between what we can and cannot control is paramount. By honing this skill, we empower ourselves to focus on our judgments, voluntary actions, and choices. This doesn't mean we ignore external events, but rather, we acknowledge them without letting them dictate our inner state. Where then shall I seek the good and the evil? Not in uncontrollable externals, but within myself, in my own choices, Epictetus asserts in his discourses. This inner focus is where true strength and resilience reside. A relatable example is the story of Sarah, a young entrepreneur facing the unpredictable challenges of starting a new business. She couldn't control market fluctuations, client demands, or unforeseen setbacks. However, she chose to focus on what she could control: her response to challenges, her work ethic, and her innovative solutions. By channeling her energy into these areas, she navigated through tough times and ultimately built a successful enterprise. Sarah's journey exemplifies the Stoic principle of focusing on controllable elements, leading to personal and professional growth. As we integrate this Stoic principle into our daily lives, it's essential to remind ourselves constantly of this distinction. When faced with adversity, we should ask ourselves, is this within my control? If the answer is no, we redirect our focus to our thoughts and actions. This practice not only reduces fear and anxiety, but also enhances our ability to invest in becoming the person we aspire to be. Reflect on a moment in your life when you felt overwhelmed by external circumstances. How might focusing on your responses and actions have changed the outcome? By embracing this Stoic practice, we cultivate a mindset that prioritizes inner tranquility and personal empowerment over external chaos. In conclusion, the lesson here is clear. Our true power lies in our ability to control our reactions and perceptions. By focusing on what we can control, we navigate life's unpredictability with grace and resilience. This Stoic wisdom, as timeless as it is profound, offers a pathway to inner peace and enduring strength. Principle third, embrace contentment. Imagine waking up each day feeling truly content, not because you've acquired more, but because you've learned to desire less. This is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. a timeless lesson that speaks directly to our modern lives. So often we believe that happiness lies in obtaining more success, money, fame, skills, time, or possessions. But in reality, the endless pursuit of more only complicates our lives and binds us to our desires. Think of a moment when you achieved something you longed for, only to find yourself immediately wanting the next thing. This cycle can be exhausting and unfulfilling. The ancient Stoic philosophers like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius taught us that liberation comes from wanting less. Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." This profound wisdom encourages us to shift our focus from what we lack to what we already possess. Reflect for a moment on your life. The relationships, skills, experiences, and resources you have. How often do you truly appreciate these gifts? Life has granted you so much. You just need to recognize it. Look around you. What do you have right now that you often overlook? Perhaps it's the comfort of your home, the love of your family, the skills you've honed, or even the simple joys of daily life. By acknowledging and valuing what you already have, you can unlock a profound sense of contentment. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. The Stoics believed that true wealth and power lie in our ability to use what we have wisely. It's not about possessing more, but about making the most of what we possess. Consider your talents, your time, your resources. How can you utilize these to their fullest potential? When we tie our happiness to external acquisitions, we set ourselves up for disappointment because these are often beyond our control. But by focusing on what we can control, we find stability and peace. Ask yourself, am I expecting life to constantly give me more, or am I making the most of what I have? This self-reflection can lead to a significant shift in mindset. It's not about abandoning all desires, but about refining them. What are the desires that truly matter? What are the goals that align with your values and contribute to your well-being and that of your loved ones? It's natural to have dreams, aspirations, and goals. Striving for self-improvement and seeking to enhance your life is not contrary to Stoic teachings. Instead, Stoicism encourages us to pursue what is appropriate and meaningful. Epictetus wisely stated, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This perspective doesn't mean we should settle for mediocrity, but that we should cultivate a sense of appreciation and contentment with our current state while working towards our genuine aspirations. In a world that constantly pushes us to want more, can you pause and find satisfaction in the present moment? How can you shift your mindset from one of perpetual desire to one of gratitude and contentment? This isn't about abandoning ambition, but about ensuring our ambitions are guided by wisdom and aligned with our core values. By embracing this Stoic principle of wanting less, you can experience a profound transformation in your daily life. You'll find that your happiness is no longer tethered to external circumstances, but rooted in a deep appreciation for the present. You'll become more resilient, as your sense of contentment won't waver with the ups and downs of life. So, I challenge you today. Take a moment to inventory your life. What do you have right now that brings you joy and fulfillment? How can you use these blessings to their fullest potential? Remember, true happiness comes not from acquiring more, but from wanting less. By adopting this mindset, you can conquer your day with a sense of peace and purpose that no amount of external success can provide. In the words of Marcus Aurelius, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. How will you choose to think about your life today? Principle 4th, simplify your life. At the heart of Stoicism is simplicity. It teaches us to streamline our lives, focusing only on what is essential and removing the superfluous. The Stoic philosophers, such as Seneca and Epictetus, asserted that the foundation of a fulfilling life is the cultivation of our character. True happiness, they argued, arises from within us, independent of external circumstances. As Seneca wisely said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." This insight reminds us that our contentment is rooted in our mindset and values, not in material possessions. To lead a fulfilling life, we must first recognize that our essential needs are minimal. Beyond basic necessities, many of us burden ourselves with excess. This clutter, whether physical or mental, detracts from our happiness and distracts us from our true goals. Therefore, a fundamental practice in Stoicism is the elimination of the unnecessary. This process begins with our material possessions, but extends to our thoughts, habits, and actions. Reflecting regularly on whether our current lifestyle supports our growth and well-being is crucial. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. This suggests that our inner life shapes our external reality, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a clear and focused mind. In modern life, where consumerism and constant connectivity often overwhelm us, adopting a Stoic approach to simplicity can be transformative. By decluttering our surroundings and our minds, we create space for what truly matters. This involves more than just tidying up our homes. It means critically examining our routines, relationships, and even our digital consumption. Are these elements contributing to our growth and happiness, or are they merely distractions? If they are not essential, it is time to let them go. This aligns with the Stoic principle of living according to nature, which means aligning our actions with our true purpose and values. Simplifying our lives brings clarity and focus, allowing us to pursue our goals with renewed vigor. It frees us from the tyranny of unnecessary desires and obligations, helping us to concentrate on personal development and meaningful connections. This is not about living an austere life, but about making deliberate choices that enhance our well-being. By prioritizing our mental and emotional health, we can achieve a balanced and fulfilling life. As Epictetus noted, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. This perspective encourages us to find contentment in simplicity, leading to a more stable and resilient mindset. Moreover, simplifying our lives can improve our decision-making. When we remove the clutter, both physical and mental, we can see our path more clearly and make choices that align with our long-term goals. This enhances our ability to act with wisdom and integrity, core tenets of Stoic philosophy. In today's fast-paced world, this clarity can be a powerful tool, helping us to navigate challenges and opportunities with equanimity and grace. Incorporating these Stoic principles into our daily routine can also foster deeper, more meaningful relationships. By focusing on what truly matters, we can invest more time and energy into the connections that enrich our lives. This might mean spending more quality time with loved ones or engaging in activities that bring genuine joy and fulfillment. Simplifying our lives helps us to be more present and engaged, enhancing our overall quality of life. In conclusion, embracing simplicity as a way of life enables us to strip away the non-essential and focus on what truly matters. It aligns us with our values, enhances our mental clarity, and fosters genuine happiness. By adopting this Stoic principle, we can cultivate a life of purpose, resilience, and contentment. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, let us remember the wisdom of the Stoics and strive to live with simplicity and clarity. In doing so, we will find that we are not only happier but also more fulfilled and at peace. Principle 5. Understand and leverage. Let's delve into the 5th principle of Stoic philosophy, understanding and leveraging your strengths. For Stoics, especially during challenging times like inflation, the most valuable investment you can make is in yourself. This is an investment that never loses its worth. Investing in yourself means more than just cultivating moral virtues and learning how to interact with others. It also involves a deep understanding of your strengths and weaknesses. Transforming yourself into a better version doesn't mean completely changing who you are. Instead, it means developing your strengths and gradually overcoming your weaknesses. To do this, you must be honest with yourself and confront your true nature. Ask yourself, who am I? What am I doing? How is my life unfolding? How do I assess my capabilities? And is this assessment objective? These questions help you introspect and gain a deeper understanding of yourself. Once you have a clear understanding of your strengths, leverage them to build an action plan. Take pride in what you excel at, and use these strengths to navigate real-life situations. As you become more accustomed to applying your strengths and addressing your weaknesses, you'll gain more control over your life. Let me share a story to illustrate this principle. Consider the story of Emma, a young professional in the tech industry. Emma always felt overshadowed by her peers and doubted her abilities. She decided to take a step back and introspect, asking herself the tough questions. Who am I? What am I doing with my life? How do I truly assess my skills? Through this process, Emma realized she had a knack for problem solving and a passion for mentoring others. She decided to focus on these strengths and gradually worked on her communication skills, which she identified as a weakness. Emma started volunteering to lead small projects and offered to mentor new hires at her company. Over time, she saw her confidence grow, and her colleagues began to recognize her leadership potential. By understanding and leveraging her strengths, Emma transformed her professional life and gained more control over her career trajectory. Now think about your own life. What are your strengths? How can you leverage them to overcome your weaknesses and achieve your goals? Remember, the journey of self-improvement is continuous and requires ongoing introspection and honesty with oneself. In conclusion, the key takeaway from this principle is to invest in yourself by understanding your strengths and weaknesses. Use your strengths to build a solid foundation for personal growth and tackle your weaknesses gradually. By doing so, you will gain greater control over your life and become a better version of yourself. So, take a moment today to reflect on your strengths and consider how you can leverage them to conquer the day. What steps will you take to invest in yourself and harness your true potential? Principle 6. Do not complain. Imagine waking up every day with a mindset that embraces life's challenges without a single complaint. How would that change your outlook on life? This principle, do not complain, is the culmination of practicing the earlier Stoic teachings. It urges you to accept life as it comes without resistance. When you stop complaining, you aren't ignoring your struggles or pretending everything is perfect. Instead, you are choosing to acknowledge and face reality head-on. This approach doesn't make you selfish or indifferent. It makes you strong and wise. Stoics aren't about suppressing emotions or being detached. They are about understanding and managing them effectively. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic philosophers, said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This means that every obstacle you face is an opportunity for growth. When you learn to accept, you prepare yourself better for life's unpredictable nature. You become proactive rather than reactive. Think about the times you felt burdened by complaining. Did it ever change the situation? Likely not. Complaining often traps you in a cycle of negativity, draining your energy and clouding your judgment. By not complaining, you take control of your responses and actions. This principle teaches you to anticipate challenges, face them with courage, and derive satisfaction from your efforts and resilience. Consider the last time you faced a difficult situation. Did complaining help, or did it only make you feel worse? Reflecting on this can offer powerful insights. When you adopt a no-complaint rule, you train your mind to focus on solutions rather than problems. This shift can profoundly impact your personal and professional life. It's not about suppressing your feelings, but about channeling them constructively. Instead of saying, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I do about this?" This subtle change in perspective can transform your approach to adversity. Epictetus, another influential Stoic, reminds us, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Embracing this wisdom means accepting that you can't control everything, but you can control how you respond. This control is the essence of Stoic strength. When you stop complaining, you free yourself from the shackles of negativity and open up to a world of possibilities. You start to see every challenge as a lesson, every setback as a setup for a comeback. Imagine how much more peaceful and productive your days could be if you spent less time complaining and more time acting. Complaints are often an unconscious habit, a default response to discomfort or dissatisfaction. Breaking this habit requires awareness and effort. Start by observing your thoughts and words. Are they constructive or destructive? When you catch yourself about to complain, pause and reframe your thoughts. What can you learn from this situation? How can you grow stronger? Personal anecdotes can also be powerful. I remember a time when I was overwhelmed with work and life pressures. Complaining seemed like a release, but it only added to my stress. When I decided to adopt a no-complaint rule, I noticed a significant change. I became more solution-oriented and less anxious. This simple shift in mindset made a world of difference. You too can experience this transformation. The next time you face a challenge, remind yourself of the Stoic principles. Accept the situation, understand your emotions, and focus on what you can control. This practice not only builds resilience, but also fosters a deep sense of inner peace. Seneca, another Stoic sage, said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Complaints often amplify our suffering by keeping us focused on what's wrong rather than what's possible. By choosing not to complain, you liberate yourself from this self-imposed suffering. You become more mindful, more present, and more capable of handling whatever comes your way. In conclusion, the principle of not complaining is not about denying your challenges, but about facing them with a mindset of acceptance and proactive response. It encourages you to prepare for life's ups and downs, take responsibility for your actions, and find strength in adversity. How will you apply this principle in your life? What changes will you make to embrace this Stoic wisdom? Reflect on these questions and take the first step towards a more empowered and fulfilling life. Principle 7th. Live consciously and disciplined. Living consciously and disciplined is a fundamental principle that can transform your daily life and lead to lasting success. Start your day by tackling the most challenging tasks first. This approach, often summarized as hardship first, pleasure later, cultivates resilience and a sense of accomplishment. By prioritizing difficult tasks, you build a foundation of discipline and inner strength that supports long-term prosperity. As the Roman philosopher Seneca said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." When we focus on completing the hardest tasks first, we train ourselves to endure hardship and delay gratification. This principle is deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, which teaches that true happiness and fulfillment come from within, not from external circumstances. By embracing challenges and pushing through discomfort, we develop virtues such as patience, perseverance, and self-control. These virtues are essential for achieving success in any area of life, from career advancement to personal growth. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of moral training. According to the Stoics, the only thing truly within our control is our own character and response to life's events. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This perspective encourages us to focus on our internal values and virtues, rather than being swayed by external circumstances or emotions. Living consciously means being aware of your actions and their consequences. It involves making deliberate choices that align with your values and long-term goals. This level of awareness allows you to stay focused on what truly matters, even in the face of distractions or temptations. Discipline, on the other hand, is the practice of consistently applying this awareness to your daily routine. It requires commitment and perseverance, but the rewards are immense. In our modern, fast-paced world, it's easy to become overwhelmed by the demands of daily life. However, by adopting a Stoic mindset and focusing on what you can control, you can navigate these challenges with greater ease and confidence. One practical way to apply this principle is by creating a daily schedule that prioritizes your most important and difficult tasks. By doing so, You ensure that you are making progress on your goals, even when life gets hectic. Another key aspect of living consciously and disciplined is managing your emotions. Stoicism teaches that we should not be ruled by our emotions, but rather use reason and logic to guide our actions. Epictetus, another renowned Stoic philosopher, stated, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." By maintaining emotional control, you can make better decisions and avoid the pitfalls of impulsive behavior. To truly embrace this principle, it is essential to practice self-reflection. Take time each day to reflect on your actions, thoughts, and feelings. Consider what you did well and where you can improve. This practice of introspection helps you stay aligned with your values and continuously grow as a person. Living consciously and disciplined is not about being perfect. It's about striving for progress and consistency. It requires effort and dedication, but the benefits are well worth it. By integrating these Stoic principles into your daily life, you can build a strong foundation for success and fulfillment. Remember, as the philosopher Aristotle said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. In conclusion, adopting a disciplined and conscious approach to life allows you to face challenges head-on and develop the virtues necessary for long-term success. By focusing on what you can control, prioritizing difficult tasks, managing your emotions, and practicing self-reflection, you can navigate life's complexities with confidence and resilience. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and commit to living a life of purpose and discipline, and you will find that true prosperity and fulfillment are within your reach. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our journey through the 7 principles of Stoicism to enhance your happiness every day. I hope that these principles have resonated with you and provided valuable insights to enrich your life. Now I encourage you to reflect on these principles and ask yourself how you can incorporate them into your daily life. Remember, the path to a happier life is within your grasp, and it starts with the choices you make every day. If you found this video helpful, please consider liking and subscribing to our channel. Your support means the world to us and helps us continue to bring valuable content your way. Don't hesitate to share your thoughts and experiences in the comments section below. We would love to hear how Stoicism has impacted your life or any questions you might have about implementing these principles. Thank you once again for joining us. And remember, the journey to a more fulfilling life is a continuous one, and every step you take brings you closer to tranquility and joy. Stay strong, stay wise, and most importantly, stay stoic.